The Lord be with you. Let us pray. Almighty and ever-living God, we approach your throne of mercy. We are longing in our hearts for your forgiveness, for the things done and the things left undone. In the same way, we seek your blessing on today's proceedings. We know it is not easy to speak publicly. At times we become nervous. Still the fright within these young persons strengthen their tongues to speak words of wisdom, not words on paper, but words from the heart. May they grow into their ministries. May your righteous right hand remain steadfast in their lives. Above all, when the going gets tough, may they remember you as their source of strength. We therefore lift our hearts to you, O lover of souls. Together we say the prayer that our Savior Christ has taught us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Please be seated. The first sitting of the first session of the Virgin Islands Second Youth Parliament is now in session. I now call upon the clerk.
Announcements by the Speaker of the Virgin Islands Youth Parliament.
Good afternoon, all. It is my great pleasure to welcome everyone in the gallery, the elected members from the Fourth House of Assembly, including the Premier, Honorable Andrew A. Foy, government officials, friends, family, and all those who have tuned in on ZBVI, CBN, Flow TV, and various social media platforms to this, the first sitting of the first session of the Virgin Islands Second Youth Parliament. The Virgin Islands Youth Parliament is a forum established to give young people an opportunity to debate issues of importance to our national development. I am conscious that we as youth parliamentarians have been entrusted with a great opportunity. It is an opportunity that only a few can have at a time, but all of us can learn from. I trust that the sitting this evening will be a source of enlightenment to the public as the Virgin Islands youth parliamentarians debate the motion, should the Virgin Islands move to self-determination. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the Virgin Islands Youth Parliament Management Committee of elected members, chaired by the Speaker, Honorable Julian Willock, for your full support. And I also wish to extend special thanks to the Secretariat for their unwavering guidance and help with debate preparation. As it relates to the debate, I would like to remind honorable members to abide by the standing orders and to be respectful of the House and one another. In terms of our debate time, after consultation with the Leader of the Opposition and the Premier of the Virgin Islands Youth Parliament, it was agreed that members will not present for more than 15 minutes. I will ask the clerk to keep the time. With that said, I now call on the clerk.
Item number 3, notice of motion given orally.
I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance of the Virgin Islands Youth Parliament to give notice.
Madam Speaker, with your kind permission, I would like for all the members and everyone in the gallery to stand in solidarity for our brother Delani Fraser, who lost his mom, for a moment of silence this week.
Granted.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under item 4.1, Roman numeral 3, on the order of the day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. I now call upon the Deputy Premier and Minister for Health and Social Development of the Virgin Islands Youth Parliament to give her notice.
Madam Speaker, I give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I would seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under item 4.1, Roman numerals 1 and 2 on the order of the day.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 4, government business, Virgin Islands Youth Parliament.
I call upon the Deputy Premier and the Minister for Health and Social Development to move her motion.
Be it resolved that at the sitting of the Virgin Islands Youth Parliament, the Honorable Premier of the Virgin Islands, Honorable Andrew A. Foy, is invited to bring greetings.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion. I thank the Honorable Premier for allowing me to say a few words and his government, and also to all the members of the House of Assembly for the Virgin Islands Youth Parliament. I want to say that tomorrow's are definitely going to be better based on the seeds we have planted today. And today is a good day when we can bring our young people into the Parliament, not only getting them ready for leadership in just the political realm, but leadership overall. And leadership starts with persons who are going to be innovative, and innovation starts with an idea. And once you can develop your idea in a respectful and forthright manner, then the sky is not the limit anymore. The universe is where you'll have to aim for. So today is a day when you get to present your views about the topic at hand. I might add a very delicate topic, a very important topic, but you bring your views, you bring your ideas. I want to encourage each of you to continue to press on, and I want to say that this moment will last in your mind forever. So make the best of this moment, and may you continue to go from strength to strength. And eventually, once it is your dream or goal, may you be in this honorable house as actually one of the elected members one of these days, because the future belongs to the prepared. And today, you, the young people, are showing that you are prepared. All the best.
Thank you, Honorable Premier, for your greetings, and I'm sure I speak for all of us when I say we are very grateful for this opportunity. I now call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance of the Virgin Islands Youth Parliament to move his motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Whereas it is noted that the United Kingdom, the administering power, for the time being has articulated a desire to enter into the modern partnership with the Virgin Islands based on the principles of mutual respect and self-determination. And whereas, as stated in the preamble to the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, the people of the Virgin Islands recognize their free and independent spirit and ultimately a desire to obtain full self-determination. And whereas the Virgin Islands have been part of the United Kingdom for over 70 years, and whereas the territory has been out of granting aid since 1978 and continues to contribute almost exclusively to the day-to-day management of the overall economic, political, social, and cultural growth and development of the territory. And whereas the Virgin Islands is on the path to strengthen its institutions by ensuring that the principles of good governance, transparency, and the rule of law applies to all. And whereas the people of the Virgin Islands aspire their own affairs, and whereas the Virgin Islands, being mindful of the resolution adopted on the report to the Fourth Committee of the United Nations which aims to ensure that by 2030, all colonized countries and territories are decolonized, noting that the Virgin Islands is on the path to self-determination, and as a first step to educate its people on the benefits or otherwise and the various levels of self-determination. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Virgin Islands Youth Parliament debates the merits of full self-determination for the territory of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I would like to give my contributions on this matter. I would also, with your permission, request 5 more minutes and to refer to my notes.
Honorable member, you may proceed.
I rise to move that the motion be amended to read, now therefore be it resolved that the Virgin Islands Youth Parliament debates the merit of full self-determination for the territory of the Virgin Islands, and that the said question of full self-determination of the Virgin Islands be put to a referendum of the people of the Virgin Islands.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Overruled. Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, according to Standing Order 49-1, Madam Speaker, according to Standard Order 34-1, when a motion is under consideration in the Council or in the committee, therefore, an amendment may be proposed to the motion, and if it is relevant, therefore too.
Proceed.
According to number 27 of the Standing Orders, Section A, a motion for amendment of any motion should not be noticed. Madam Speaker, Michelle Obama said, if you are afraid to use your voice, give up your seat at the table. The Virgin Islands has been for over a decade with the mechanism to involve its people in deciding on critical and difficult issues through the use of referendums. And I can think of no better way, Madam Speaker, than a referendum to convince the United Kingdom of the will of the people of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, one thing is for sure, the United Kingdom understands a referendum. It was a 2016 referendum that just liberated them from the yoke of the European Union on December 31st, 2020. They know the power of a referendum because it is the mechanism that Scotland is lobbying to use against them to gain their independence. So the United Kingdom knows the power and the significance of a referendum. They cannot deny the power of that outcome. Even more significant, Madam Speaker, on the question, should the Virgin Islands move to full self-determination, no one, and I may emphasize, no one has considered engaging the people of the Virgin Islands for their opinion.
Honorable member.
Madam Speaker,
we will
as
now
the
take
leader
a
of the Virgin
one-minute
Islands Youth
recess,
Parliament,
honorable member. Please be seated. This honorable House now resumes its sitting. Leader of the Opposition, I allowed you to continue, but that was my error. I made one ruling, and that ruling was that you could not continue. And so I will ask the Premier to continue with the original motion.
When any motion is under consideration in the council, or in the committee, therefore an amendment may be proposed to the motion.
I said that we will not be continuing with that motion. Honorable Premier, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I was saying before, I would like to go ahead and give my contributions on the motion that was read by myself earlier. Also seeking your permission, like as I said, for 5 more minutes and being able to refer to my notes.
Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This conversation about self-determination would have an indelible impact on the history of the Virgin Islands and its people. As a youth, I know the story of the sacrifices of our ancestors and forefathers, and I know our past failures and successes have led us to this very moment to talk about self-determination. It is important that we pay homage to persons such as the late Honorable H. Lavity Stout and the late Honorable Willow Whitley, and countless others who gave their life in service for this territory so that we could have this opportunity to chart our own destiny. Yes, this topic may seem intimidating, but we must remember that the spirit of fear is a hindrance to growth. It is human instinct to fear the unknown, for the unknown leaves the imagination to itself. To stand on the sidelines during this time will leave us looking back decades from now, pondering and imagining what could have been if we had only stepped out in faith. This is what today's debate is about. There are no words that adequately express the importance of educating the people of the Virgin Islands of every aspect of this conversation. It is our duty as youth parliamentarians to clearly express our vision of the future of the Virgin Islands and share our structured plans. Only then can our people make an informed decision. We are here today to talk about this hot topic, self-determination. A phrase that is now in the forefront of our people's mind. The United Nations defines it as the right of a people to determine its destiny, a right which we continue to work for and so justly deserve. Each decision made moves us one step closer to the actualization of determining our destiny. Madam Speaker, we have done extensive and exhaustive research on this topic, and we have found that the path to self-determination has many roads. There's a free association, there is an integration, and there is independence. So, the question is not really about self-determination. It is about the type of self-determination in its best, that is best for the people of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, it would be remiss of us to move forward without giving thorough consideration to every possible one of them. Madam Speaker, the state of independence by definition is the time when a country or region gains political freedom from outside control. As a matter of clarity, to immediately become independent, we require separation from the crown, establishing ourselves as a sovereign and independent state. The definition of integration means merging with and becoming part of the crown. accepting all their laws, and thereby relinquishing our ability to self-govern. A free association agreement between the Crown and the Virgin Islands will allow us greater autonomy in managing our affairs while maintaining a relationship with the Crown. At this juncture moving forward, on either path of immediate independence or integration would be a disservice to our people, as one option does not allow us adequate time to secure ourselves and the other entirely strips us of our voice. Which makes me now turn to free association as the appropriate step at this time. This will fortify our vision and maintain our continued agreement with the Crown to manage our national security while allowing us to solely manage our internal and external affairs with little to no oversight. In truth, this is not a fast step from our current circumstances, but it would be a momentous step nonetheless. Countries such as Jersey, Guernsey, and the Cook Islands have become the model of self-determination. They are self-governing countries managing their own affairs. They have established an identity of their own on the international stage. However, they are required a lieutenant governor who represent their parent country's interests, and their parent country bears the responsibility for their national security. Presently, integral portfolios regarding our internal affairs, such as national security and disaster management, are held under the weight of the Crown by the governor. Transitioning to a free association will allow us to manage all public service as well as disaster management with no additional oversight. The BVI has been on the path of self-determination for 70-odd years. Madam Speaker, I want the members of this honorable House to understand the significance of this journey. The BVI has been on the path of self-determination for 70-odd years. On November 24, 1949, 1,500 persons from different islands in our territory gathered in Rotong in support of a march for change and a brighter future. At the helm leading that march was Theodore H. Faulkner, Isaac G. Fonseca, and Carlton L. De Castro. These demonstrators marched through the streets until they arrived at the commissioner's office, where they presented a petition of their grievances against the existing political system and the manner in which governance was being administered. It was that demonstration that brought the territory's first election in the 20th century, electing the late Honorable H. Lavity Stout as the first Chief Minister. The significance of that milestone should continue to be felt, appreciated, cherished, and used as fuel to propel us forward. 4 years later, Madam Speaker, the BVI elected its second Chief Minister, the late Honorable Willa Whitley. At that time, Madam Speaker, we, the Virgin Islands, were receiving granting aid from the UK to sustain us financially, as there were no means of sustainable income. It was under his leadership that the Virgin Islands became financially sustainable. Honorable Whitley was able to raise enough funds so that the territory did not need the UK funding to meet its budget the next financial year. Madam Speaker, can you imagine the audacity of Honorable Whitley to have a dream of financial freedom for his country, to action that dream and achieve it? What a monumental achievement. One that is an example for us this very day. That when all people set their mind to a task, mountains move as much can be achieved. Persons may be wondering, why now? I'm reminded of Ecclesiastes 3. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under heaven. A time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing. A time to keep and a time to cast away. A time to be silent and a time to speak up. Madam Speaker, while we respect and acknowledge the purpose of the governorship, as of recent, it would seem that relationship has deteriorated. For all people that may be asking, why now, Madam Speaker? We are at the point in our history where the relationship between the Virgin Islands and the UK needs a change, because we have to think about the aspiration of the people of the Virgin Islands against the UK's commitment to its global Britain strategy. For those person that ask, why now? Britain has now left the European Union, better known as the EU. And it appears that some new requirements imposed by the United Nations have been passed on to us. To ensure it meets the UN requirements, Britain implemented the Section Anti-Money Laundering Act 2018, better known as SAMLA. Madam Speaker, the Virgin Islands has always worked to maintain transparency and has always adhered to the relevant treaties regarding the sharing of information to other jurisdictions. It would appear, Madam Speaker, that as a result of Brexit, overseas territories are now required to have such systems such as beneficial owner, secure sort system, better known as BAS, in place, making beneficial owner information public. This measure was imposed on us from the Crown to ensure that Britain meets its requirements imposed by the United Nations for transparency. This was not a result of our inability to foster transparency or our negligence, Madam Speaker. It was a safeguard to ensure that Britain does not violate the international AML obligation and avoid United Nations sanctions. So I ask, why not now? Madam Speaker, there are too many instances where our free will as people has and continues to be imposed upon us. Is this the UK's definition of democracy, Madam Speaker? To impose their will on us in any instance, any and all instances when we refuse the premise? We cannot continue to have a voice only when it suits their agenda. This is why we must continue on the path of self-determination by force moving towards a free association. Free in the truest sense of the definition, unencumbered, able to choose our own destiny, and not as the Crown is willing to allow. Our right as a people to chart our own course must be acknowledged. Secondly, we then must implement good governance legislation and risk management protocols before we can become free association, Madam Speaker. There are 8 characteristics of good governance, which I'll list for you. 1, which is participation. 2, the rule of law. 3, consensus orientation. 4, equity and inclusiveness. 5, accountability. 6, transparency. 7, responsiveness. And 8, effectively and efficiently. In the words of the late Honorable H. Lavity Stoutt, Madam Speaker, where there is no vision, the people will perish. A quote that I'm sure we all know by heart, and one that will never lose its relevance. The foundation of self-reliance must surely rest on good governance, transparency, and equality. They are the sun that must light the path for us, disarming any doubt of malice, wrongdoing, and corruption. Madam Speaker, all key elements of our delicate structure must work in perfect syncopation to ensure our survival and continued stability. All public service must function at optimal capacity. Telecommunication within the territory must meet the highest standards, and we must secure our economic pillars, such as financial services and tourism, while building all other sectors of the economy and introducing new ones. Madam Speaker, we cannot move forward in this discussion without addressing how our proposal of a free association will positively affect the public service, as it is the engine that powers the government. In an effort to gain more autonomy, Madam Speaker, the designation of a free association would no longer warrant the appointment of a governor, but that of a local governor-general or lieutenant governor. The office of the governor-general or lieutenant governor would be solely responsible for the matters of national security, thereby removing the responsibility of the public service from the Crown. In a free association, a new structure of public service is expected. Madam Speaker, the Virgin Islands may not have been managing its own affairs since Noah built the Act, but we have been doing so for approximately 50 plus years, beginning with the leadership of the Honorable late Willow Whitley. To any reasonable person, this would seem like enough considered times, like this would seem more than enough sufficient time to have proven oneself. The role of the ministry is to manage the economy. We continue to do so by managing governmental spending, revenue, and expenditure, while finding new ways to promote. Madam Speaker, as we continue to take steps in self-determination, it requires what we as young people call securing the bag. We must have our house in order and our money right before we can step out on our own. The Ministry of Finance is at the epicenter of what is and what can be. Moving forward, Madam Speaker, there are some key areas within the ministry that we must address. The ministry must create a plan now, commencing with economic studies to determine what areas make up our gross domestic product and identify other areas of major revenue generators. We must find new ways to expand on what we have established work for us while generating new revenue streams. We must also continue to build up a stable reserve fund. A key part of our economic stability, for a lack of better phrase, is having money put away for a rainy day. My grandmother used to say, you can't spend every cent you make. You must always make sure you have something to fall back on. Most importantly, our continued commitment to the public accountability must continue to be our #1 priority, moving towards a free association. The Ministry of Finance has and continue responsibility to inform the public of its current state of affairs as part of its initiative towards a free association. These reports will and must be consistent, clear, accurate, and published regularly to ensure that we sustain free association. At this pivotal point in our history, it is imperative that we stay the course and not lose sight of our goal. As we listen to the members of this honorable House debate the matter of self-determination, I ask that we keep an open mind and leave the spirit of fear outside of this parliament. We can and we must continue to keep this endeavor at the very forefront of our minds, using it as oxygen to breathe life into our destiny for these people of these Virgin Islands. We are already in self-determination, but the added truth is we must now focus on free association, which is the next step on this journey. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Premier.
I rise to second the motion and seek permission to refer to my notes for the length of my contribution.
Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here today, humbled by the task before me as a representative for the youth of these Virgin Islands, grateful for the trust bestowed by the Special Select Committee, and mindful of the sacrifices borne by our ancestors and foreparents as I make my contribution to today's motion, debating the merits of full self-determination for the territory of the Virgin Islands. You see, Madam Speaker, today's debate is not a debate of chance, luck, or even coincidence. Today's debate is a debate of urgency, a debate of urgency that requires us to look to the past in order to see the future. President of the H. Laverty Stoutt Community College and Poet Laureate Dr. Richard Georges describes the importance of this day best in his investiture address when he said, "Today is urgent, today is present. We have no choice but to live in it, and so we must understand it is who we are and what we do today that will determine who we will be tomorrow. Madam Speaker, I am very aware of the sensitivities which attach themselves to today's motion, and I do not underestimate the challenge and difficulties which this motion may pose for many who grew up learning things about these Virgin Islands that they were once told to be true. Things such as Christopher Columbus is who discovered these Virgin Islands, that the Virgin Islands has no culture, that the Virgin Islands people are not equipped or certified enough to run, manage, or lead anything, that the United Kingdom needs to come back and take over because the Virgin Islands people cannot manage their own affairs. These are the stories, Madam Speaker, that we must rewrite in the minds of our youth and adults alike who are misguided and misinformed about the true depths and strength of our people, of our history, of our culture, of our true Virgin Island story. Madam Speaker, the true Virgin Island story is that after slavery was abolished, in 1864, it was our ancestors who pooled their resources together and purchased land, moving from laborers to owners of the means of production. It was our ancestors who offset and established the significant leaps taken over the years by our foreparents through the demonstrations of 1949, the elections that followed in 1950 to establish our First Constitution Act, and the vision of H. Lavity Stout that we rise to understand and expect the necessary and enabling process of sacrifice, compromise, mutual understanding and respect, and self-determination. And it is through their great significance in the annals of our history that we maintain the confidence to always lead from the front rather than from behind. It is now and not later that we must talk openly, frankly, and honestly around the future so that we can move more decisively towards the Virgin Islands with strengthened institutions that contribute almost exclusively to our economic, social, and cultural growth and development. And that, Madam Speaker, begins today. It begins when we give youth and adults alike the power of knowledge, the knowledge to become aware of opportunities and challenges. And it is now and not later that we must equip our population with the knowledge necessary to formulate objective responses, make informed decisions, and initiate organized actions for the betterment of these Virgin Islands. That is why, Madam Speaker, in my contribution today, I will proceed to inform the people of these Virgin Islands by debating in favor of the motion in 3 parts. First, I will peer through the looking glass of our past to set the context for the motion, shedding light on the catalyst that forged our path to where we are today as a Virgin Islands. Second, I will explore our options as it pertains to our right to self-determination and why we, the government, propose free association of the 3 status options available under international law and the United Nations Charter. And finally, I will address how the people, as our greatest human resource, must be strengthened through the health and social development institutions as we continue our path to greater self-determination in the form of free association arrangements. Madam Speaker, history will record November 24th, 2021 as the 72nd anniversary of the historic demonstration which took place in Roadtown, Tortola, and blazed the flame that, in the words of Dr. Quincy Lettsome, lit the path to constitutional, political, economical, and social development during the better half of the 20th century. But in order to better understand the far-reaching ramifications of this demonstration, Madam Speaker, it is important to place this historic milestone in proper perspective. History will do justice to recall that the mass demonstration of 1949 proved to be the catalyst which set in train a series of political and constitutional developments. These included the elections of 1950, which resulted in the restoration of the Legislative Council in 1950, and subsequently general elections, which was held as recently as February 26, 2019. The mass gathering also set the stage for monumental political decisions, such as the Virgin Islands to remain outside the West Indian Federation in 1958, and the introduction of the ministerial system of government in 1967. Such political advances also resulted in general progress economically and socially. Madam Speaker, it is most crucial that the true significance of these events are clearly understood, appreciated, and forever etched in the consciousness of Virgin Islanders, as these were the events that made us take the first step up the ladder to self-determination. thereby changing the color of the ink that now writes our Virgin Islands story. You see, Madam Speaker, the direction to a greater self-determination is in no way or form a new concept, as some might assume. The widespread affirmation of a right to self-determination opened a window of opportunity for reshaping the international status quo. The window of right, Madam Speaker, is still open, despite the cautions and conditions wide open for us as one of the 17 non-self-governing territories that remains, showing us the range of possible destinations on the other side of that window, suggesting some ways in which we can reach those destinations, and painting some relevant considerations in choosing what path we have the right to take by 2030. In our Premier's opening, he ably explained the 3 conditions under which a non-self-governing territory can be said to have reached a full measure of government, of self-government. The first through full independence, the second as a free association, and the third through integration. What we are proposing, Madam Speaker, is a free association with the United Kingdom. Free association is simply a form of independence in which 2 nations agree to a special close relationship that involves the Virgin Islands delegating certain duties to the United Kingdom in areas such as defense and other governmental functions to the extent that both nations agree to. Free association also essentially serves as a transitional status for people who do not seek full integration or full independence, but rather seek to maintain close political, economic, and security relations with another nation during the period after separate sovereignty is achieved. But what's important to note, though, is that free association is often consistent with independence because, unlike integration, the special and close bilateral relationship created by a free association treaty or pact can be terminated in favor of full independence at any time by either party. Essentially, for those who may be completely convinced that we need more time to do so. On July 3rd, 2019, Pedro Gonzalez, financial correspondent and journalist of the International Investment, reported that the Virgin Islands government had announced that the jurisdiction is willing to consider alternative relationships with the United Kingdom, like free association. Free association, he reported, would mean having a political alliance with the United Kingdom that does not come with restrictions in how the Virgin Islands governs itself. Special envoy for the government and former chief diplomat and director of the BVI London office, Mr. Benito Whitley, mentioned considerations for free association while addressing the United Nations Special Committee on Decolonization at the C24 in New York. He said, "My purpose for being here today is not to embarrass the United Kingdom, but the government still has a responsibility to ensure that the people of the Virgin Islands are aware of the options available as they think about the island's future. There are other options beside independence that must be thought through, such as free association." Madam Speaker, I make reference to this article because the concept we are proposing today in this motion is not a new concept, and is not a new concept that the UK is not aware of. The time in which these sentiments were shared at the C24, the overseas territories have been accusing London of imposition, which by definition is the act of imposing or forcing, in particular, an unfair or unwelcome demand of boarding. Premier of Montserrat at the time, Donaldson Romeo, said whether it's beneficial ownership, same-sex marriage, or whatever, imposition is what is being proposed, and we stand with our territories and sister territories who are affected. Youngest woman ever elected to the Legislative Assembly or Executive Council, Honorable Teslin Barkman, MLA of the Falkland Islands, added that you cannot dictate from Westminster and you cannot legislate from Westminster for UK overseas territories. And Madam Speaker, they are right. We are at a critical point in our Virgin Islands story, and we can no longer sit by and watch the UK be chief author and publisher of that story. We must exercise our right to determine our own political destiny for future generations to come. And one of the most important ways for us to do so is through the development of an appropriate, well-thought-out framework which takes account of the need to continuously adjust to change. As we envision the Virgin Islands' future through free association, our social progress and development requires the full utilization of our human resources. The late Honorable H. Lavity Stout understood it best when he said that the greatest resource is one country, is the human resource. And the human resource is the people of the Virgin Islands. And it is through strengthening our human resource in promoting and protecting their human rights that we achieve the common goals of development to a free associated Virgin Islands with full respect for the fundamental freedoms embodied in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. But to do this, the rights and the assurance of children, the aged and disabled, the provision for the physically or mentally disadvantaged or marginal sectors of the population, to name a few, must be protected through the establishment of a human rights board that oversees an effectively integrated society in a freely associated nation. Madam Speaker, the development and expansion of all health systems must include the provision of health services to the whole population, thereby reforming the National Health Insurance Plan so that it is sustainable and supports a developing nation. When it comes to mental health, Madam Speaker, most territories struggle with how best to deal with psychiatric patients who may be a threat to themselves or their communities. And for too long, we have seen around the world how many end up in prisons because there is no secure place. But through a free associated nation, the Virgin Islands must create a mental health policy or plan and constitute a mental health review board under the Mental Health Ordinance of 1986, Section 16. Through this policy or plan and the constitution of the review board, this must lead us to a fully functioning and equipped rehabilitation center for persons living with mental illnesses. Health and social development systems, Madam Speaker, act as powerful drivers of inclusion or exclusion. And that is why the health of our human resource must become a shared goal across all areas of public policy as we move forward. As I begin to wrap up my contributions, Madam Speaker, I understand that the baggage of history will always be heavy. And oftentimes you might wish to drop it off or forget it along the side of the road. In fact, we may attempt to remove certain elements of it to try and lighten the load. But without that baggage of history, you risk the error of losing that clearer understanding of where you've been, where you are, and where you need to go. The demonstration of 1949 and the elections of 1950 is a journey that we must continue today. Our workers are no less productive than when this journey of self-determination began. Our minds are no less inventive than when this process of self-determination began. Our goods and services are no less needed, and our people are no less driven than when this process of self-determination began. Madam Speaker, our capacity remains undiminished. But what has passed, Madam Speaker, what has diminished is our time of standing aside, our time of protecting narrow interests, and our time of putting off unpleasant decisions. Today we look ahead in our uniquely Virgin Islands way, restless, bold, optimistic, and we set our sights on the path that we know we can achieve and we know we must achieve. Starting today in this space, at this exact time, we must pick ourselves up, dust ourselves off, and begin again the work of carrying on the true Virgin Islands story. May this journey presented today, Madam Speaker, be the story that guides us, the story that inspires us, the story that tells ages yet to come that we answer the call of continuing the history of our foreparents, that their resilience and durability did not die on our watch, but rather thrived. Now, there may be some, like some members of the opposition, who may agree with the concept of a greater self-determination, but may say that it's not the right time, not right now. But Ken Poirot, author of the book Mentor Me, says, be proactive, not reactive. For an apparently insignificant issue ignored today can spawn tomorrow's catastrophe. Madam Speaker, what many fail to understand is that the ground has shifted beneath us. As young people today, the stale political arguments that have consumed us and held us back for so long can no longer apply. For it is through the life and legacy of persons like the late Honorable Lavity Stout that we have seen what can be achieved when vision is joined with common purpose. Madam Speaker, I leave you with the words of the first person to be named the U.S. National Youth Poet Laureate and inaugural poet, Amanda Gorman. We will not march back to what was, but move to what shall be. A country that is bruised but whole, benevolent but free. We will not be turned around or interrupted by intimidation because we know our inaction and inertia will be the inheritance of the next generation. Our blunders become burdens, but one thing is certain. If we merge mercy with might and might with right, then love becomes our legacy, and change our children's birthright. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. The floor is now open for debate. I now call upon the Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development, at-large Representative Honorable Mia M. Leonard, to make her contribution.
Madam Speaker, please permit me to look at my notes.
Granted.
The world as we have created it is a process of thinking. It cannot be changed without changing our thinking. These were the words of Albert Einstein. My people of these Virgin Islands, when Albert Einstein said these words, he absolutely had no idea that a youth parliamentarian in the Caribbean would be here repeating them in the year 2021. To many, he was a genius like no other. Likewise, this territory of ours has its own share of geniuses. Imagine businesses, some which have been passed on from generations to generations, built by the sweat of our forefathers. Madam Speaker, look at the Calwood Distillery, operating now for well over 300 plus years. Bobby's Supermarket, having evolved from his forefathers' trading nature, we were told over 70 years ago. Throughout the territory, you have a multiple of families from the O'Neills, Flaxes, Georges, Chalwells, Roymers, Calwoods, and Whitleys. It is because of people like them that our communities were transformed from sleepy, dusty villages, then also dubbed as bird sanctuaries, to the growing, bustling little nation we all call home. They did not get where they are by simply getting up one morning and saying, I am going to do this or that. These brave men and women were entrepreneurs and local heroes in their own right. They were visionaries. Most importantly, they were self-determined. Today, I am here to speak about self-determination and its importance with our trade and investment sector. Our Premier clearly defined self-determination. Madam Speaker, the BVI is not moving towards self-determination. We are already in it. Self-determination is not another fancy word for independence, but in many cases, the outcome, the end goal of self-determination has been independence. Our journey to self-determination began in 1949, when a businessman, a fisherman, and a boat captain presented a petition which comments, and I quote, "We are imbued with a desire to decide all local affairs with our own selves. We have outgrown that undesirable stage where an official or an official clique makes decisions for us. We are seeking the privilege of deciding how our monies are spent and what shall be our presidential laws and policies. Furthermore, the concept of self-determination has been in constant evolution throughout its history. Others will say that we are a young country, only 70 years since the restoration of our legislative council. Much of what can be done is still relatively untapped. Madam Speaker, we came from midwives, boat builders, sea captains, straw makers, and tinsmiths, to name a few. Our people have been capable of executing their visions. We were capable of taking care and running our own business. Don't even mind that some of them may not have been able to read or write. They always found a way. As some placed an X next to their names, like my great-grandfather Oliver Leonard did, him and many were the foundation on which these Virgin Islands were built. Many of us are firm believers that if we can build a country, you should be able to lead it. You built your house, well, after that, you live in it. You built a country, then you can certainly run it. Let's run these Virgin Islands. We have been doing just that since we were free of granting aid in 1978. We collect revenues, we pay our bills, run the country's affairs. We have been doing it well for the most part. Sure, there may have been some hiccups here and there, but which growing country hasn't had its share of these? As our territory reopens and we continue to battle this pandemic, we must look to the future. We must look to the future. The tourists will return. Our associates and friends will return again. New opportunities will come about as we continue to rebuild from the 2017 hurricanes. Do you see it? We will continue to seriously support the small business sector. They are the backbones of our communities. We must continue to encourage residents to support locally owned businesses. Let us also not forget entrepreneurship. We must encourage people to follow their passions, Madam Speaker. Entrepreneurship is an instant employment opportunity in cases where many may be unable to find work. I remember a teacher of mine once saying to me, having a hard time finding a job, create your own job, open a business. You will be putting yourself to work and providing a service to your community. From a trade and investment standpoint, the future is bright. It is brighter than any of us might have anticipated. For those who have doubts about where we go from here, I say there is only one direction, and it is up, up, and away. And it is perfectly described in this hymn. On the wings of a dove, when troubles surround us, when evil comes, the spirit grows numb. When these things beset us, he doesn't forget us. He sends down his love on the wings of a dove. Our premier is in the driver's seat with our twin pillars, tourism and financial services, and they too will rebound. Madam Speaker, a diverse economy is a must. The small business sector will grow. Government will continue to pursue untapped investment opportunities in the hotel industry and others. And let us not forget the awakening of the sleeping giants, agriculture and fisheries. We will work on diversifying our economy and once again work on making agriculture and fisheries our third pillar. Therefore, the Minister for Agriculture and myself will have a lot to talk about. The Trade Department is committed to working with all many farmers and fisher folks. Let us look to the future. But the only way to make these things all happen is through self-determination and of our own choosing. So, as Mr. Einstein rightfully said, it will change when we change our way of thinking. Think it, build it, watch it happen. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you for the opportunity to share these thoughts with yourself, the House, and the BVI community this evening. God bless these Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Junior Minister. I acknowledge the 4th District Representative, Honorable Shama M.D. Tittle. Please rise and make your contribution.
Madam Speaker, allow me to refer to my notes.
Proceed.
I, Shama Tittle, believe in the people of the Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands is my home. The people that live here, they are my family. I have seen and admired the resilience of us as a people. In 2017, Irma Maria devastated our country. Yet, Madam Speaker, we are still here. We have conquered and overcame many social injustices. For example, cattle tax being raised, or for fathers born down Rotong. When faced with the Wickham Ski development scheme, they matched. The point is, when faced with social injustice, Virgin Islanders usually do something about it. Madam Speaker, we Virgin Islanders are the reason for any endeavor or any effort towards self-determination. What do I mean? Picture this. Let us take away all the infrastructure, economic developments, subtract the social institution advancements, and finally, remove yourself. Now, what is left of the Virgin Islands? Nothing but a bed of grass floating on the Sir Francis Drake Channel. This is an island not simply great because of its flora and fauna. This is an island great because of our heritage. This island is great because of the people that wake up every morning and contribute however they can to these Virgin Islands. For what is an island without its people? A pleasant good afternoon is wished to all. Madam Speaker, allow me to say that I am grateful for this opportunity entrusted in me to bring forth my contribution so important to these Virgin Islands. The question presented is, should the Virgin Islands move towards self-determination? My stance on this question is yes, we should continue to move towards self-determination. However, we are not ready to take that step until we first understand what it is and put in place necessary systems. For without a firm understanding and a solid foundation, God forbid, we can possibly crumble and blow away by every breeze of negative change. Unity plus stability equals productivity and progression. Allow me to say that again, Madam Speaker. Unity plus stability. The U and the S spells us. So basically, us equals productivity and progression. So back to the question at hand. Questions are essential for innovation, and answers are the key to the development of a growing mind and country. Questions evoke even more questions, such as, if we aren't ready, how do we get ready? And when will we be ready? Who will answer these questions? You, me, the government? My job here today is to help educate the people throughout my contribution. Unity needs to be at the forefront. We, the people of the Virgin Islands, need to unite to eliminate external attacks and internal discrimination and promote nationalism for us to progress in self-determination. Can I tell you about the little yet productive ant? Ants work together in a system. Their one goal is to sustain and help grow their own colony. They are hard workers. One ant doesn't watch another ant out of jealousy or hate because they realize that they are working towards a common goal, a common purpose. I feel as though this is a perfect example of what the Virgin Islands and how it should operate. We should put aside all our personal biases and focus on the Virgin Islands coming together to address the real problems at hand. On November 13, 2019, the government granted belonging status to 400 expat applicants. This was a step in the right direction because it helps erase the social divide in the Virgin Islands. There should be equal opportunities for Virgin Islanders, whether you're born here or not, whether you make a high income or a low income. Once a person contributes to the development of this country, they deserve to be treated and compensated fairly. According to the Charter of the United Nations, Article 55, letter C, which states universal respect for and observance of human rights and fundamental freedoms for all without distinction as to race, sex, language, or religion. However, Madam Speaker, I must say that efforts have been made by the government to help diminish these shady lines of division. Nonetheless, it is still relevant. For example, I know of a local person who works in a managerial position over 15 years at a recognized company. The problem is the salary and benefits of that local person compared with those persons imported are not the same. They have the same qualification, same experience, but they have lower benefits. Sorry, Madam Speaker, but that just ain't right. It doesn't sit right with me. Why is this type of discrimination still prevalent in this modern age? We have come too far as a people to remain stagnant. The world is bigger than the Virgin Islands, and before we can liberate our country, we must liberate our minds. The late, great Bob Marley said it best, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. That resonates with me today. That's why I can stand here to state that the people of the Virgin Islands need to unite to eliminate discrimination of our farms. How can that be done? There should be a love for one's country, the type of love that is unshaken and over time becomes stronger rather than weaker. This is what nationalism means to me. The March of 1949 shows what nationalism looks like. The love of our country pushed our forefathers to be courageous, to fight for the betterment of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, do we have the same drive that was once there 70 plus years ago? Permit me to recite the words adopted on the 23rd of June 2016 that constitutes as a reminder of our identity. I pledge to my country, the territory of the Virgin Islands, to encourage national pride and dignity, render patriotic service, and promote justice for all, being true to God, and remain dedicated to these Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, did you hear the words I just recited? Now imagine if we were not only able to recite these words, but on a day-to-day basis, we demonstrate them. What a wonderful Virgin Islands that would be. We cannot spell unity without the U and the I. You could quote me on that. In recent news, we see alleged police corruption and persons dying due to gun violence. This is not the Virgin Islands I love. However, Madam Speaker, don't get me wrong. It is not all doom and gloom, but we have forms of unity. But in order to move towards self-determination, we must build on them. Unity and stability of the people is key. Let us refer to the analogy of the ants colony once more. Did you know by clasping onto each other, ants are known to build living bridges to cross gaps? However, they must ensure that that bridge is strong enough to support each other. If one ant is missing from the structure, it can crumble. Madam Speaker, we have to clasp onto each other to build and cross that bridge towards self-determination. We must ensure that that bridge built is strong enough to withstand anything. We must maximize our elements that make the Virgin Islands so precious, and any element that we lack, we acquire them. Because, Madam Speaker, we are only as strong as our weakest link. This brings me to my next factor in my equation, which is stability. Stability is a key step that needs to be taken in order to move towards self-determination, meaning we strengthen systems already set in place, specifically social and economic ones. Merriam-Webster defines stability as a strength to stand or endure firmness. We must first realize what needs to be stabilized, then answer the question how we go about doing so. Are our social institutions really strengthened? We need to begin with the family. Sociologists view the family as a premier social institution that provides a set of values and rules about how to live in society. Core values such as integrity, self-respect, self-discipline. I hope we are familiar with few, if not all. I do hope that if these are set in place foundationally, if these are not, what will happen to their future, Madam Speaker? You know, better question, what will happen to the Virgin Islands? What will happen to the future of the Virgin Islands? Which brings me to my next point. Kids later advance from their family being their only form of socialization and now introduced to the second form, which is the school system. Education is essential. It helps give answers, and answers are the key to development of a growing mind, meaning knowledge unlocks different layers to a person, correct? Mr. Tito, where are you going with this? Education on the Virgin Islands history needs to be stronger, especially within the secondary sector. I say that because if young persons do not have a sense of where they came, they are bound to repeat some of the same mistakes our ancestors made. When I was in Elmore Stout High School, Virgin Islands history was not a part of my syllabus. However, it was Caribbean history. I learned more about the Haitian Revolution than the revolution about Josiah's Bay. I recently asked students that go to the Elmore Stout High School if Virgin Islands history is a part of their syllabus. They told me no. The only history was that of Caribbean history. It could be argued that this is a great disservice to our students. No, Caribbean history is important, Madam Speaker, but Virgin Island history is just as important, if not more. We must bridge that gap by involving our elders, and we can bridge this gap through the art of storytelling, visual aids, and even games. When this gap is bridged and young persons understand how far we came, I have no doubt in my mind that their passion and love for this country will become much more stronger than before. Another social fact that I will discuss is the rehabilitation. We cannot move forward if our fellow men are not standing right next to us. Do not forget the formula, people. Unity plus stability equals productivity and progression. The art of this formula is a deliberate act. Stability is nothing without everybody on board. We must expand our rehabilitation programs already set in place and implement more before continuing towards full self-determination. Safe Haven Transitional Center is a perfect example of what we need more in the Virgin Islands. The director, Mrs. Jacqueline Donovan, said, open quote, "The goal of the new center is to assist chronically homeless individuals to develop the skills and resources for independent living," end quote. However, there's another rehabilitation center that I have in mind that should be considered by the government, which is that of a halfway house. A halfway house is a residential treatment center that helps It is set up to provide access to community resources and offer transitional opportunities for individuals returning to society after being in prison. Lastly, economic stability. I will not spend too much time on this factor, reason being my fellow colleagues will expound on this. However, I cannot stand here on March 11 talking about stability and not speak about the economy. A halfway home and expansion for rehabilitation centers are some grand. But if we cannot sustain and generate the revenue, how is that possible? Financial service contribute 51.8% of the government's revenue for license fees for offshore companies and payroll taxes relating to salaries within the finance sector. Consider what I've just said, Madam Speaker. It is no secret that the Virgin Islands economy depends on the private sector. So my question is, God forbid, if half decide to leave, what will happen to the Virgin Islands? Or what will happen? We have drastic change. Madam Speaker, have we become too comfortable in our way of living? Have we become too dependent? What is our plan B? Tourism? We've seen what has transpired over the months with this pandemic. Let us take, for instance, that God forbid, while half of our private sectors leave, we are hit with another catastrophic hurricane. God forbid. Can our economy remain firm? This is not to strike fear, but quite the contrary. This should ignite a flame within us that is ready to propel the Virgin Islands forward. The same flame our ancestors had. The development of the agriculture sector should be a key priority to address some of these challenges as stated. Allow me to refer to a document from Food and Agriculture Organization of United Nations entitled Current Status of Agriculture in the Caribbean and Implications of Agriculture Policies and Strategies, open quote. Inclusive and sustainable agriculture development can contribute to overcoming socio-economic and environmental changes in the region, including obesity, youth unemployment, gender inequality, and climate change, end quote. The government is pushing towards this agenda, and I fully support it. The land and sea should be added back into our everyday life. There should be after-school programs set in place that help promote agriculture. Gardens should be reinstated into schools and care for on a consistent basis. Students could also use this opportunity to get community service hours. I see this as a win-win. We can no longer wait, but we must cultivate. There's a saying that comes to mind when I think of the reintroduction of a new beginning, and it goes like this. It is better to be at the bottom of a ladder you would like to climb than halfway one you don't. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, if anything is to be considered, let it be the formula. Unity plus stability equals productivity and progression. Us equals productivity. Unity and stability equals productivity and progression. That is our destination, Madam Speaker, but we must not neglect the journey that it takes to reach there. We should not rush. Full self-determination is not just an option, rather it's a state of mind. It's a process. What will happen after we leave here today? Will we adhere to what was said? Will it fall on deaf ears? Today is not only historical because how incredible we are looking our suits and dress. No, Madam Speaker. Today is historical because as we stand here today, we not only represent ourselves, but we represent the young persons of the Virgin Islands. And that's a step in the right direction. That's what progress looks like to me. Furthermore, we come back to the question still at hand. When will we be ready? When, Madam Speaker? When will we be ready for full self-determination? We'll be ready, Madam Speaker, when that question is no longer asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tittle. I recognize the Deputy Speaker and 6th District Representative, Honorable Carell L. Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please permit me to reference my notes as I add my contributions to the motion at hand.
Proceed.
Madam Speaker, this is a pivotal period in life for the people of the Virgin Islands. I believe that the journey that we are on is the right one. And District 6 is in full support of continuing this journey of self-determination. The concept of self-determination is powerful. It is a process most people don't understand. As the country we are, we must move in the right direction to become self-determined. Everyone must lend their voice to that discussion. Madam Speaker, you will hear this term self-determination repeated several times today. The principle of self-determination is prominently embodied in Article 1 of the Charter of the United Nations, which states, all peoples have the right to self-determination. By the virtue of that right, they can freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. As Virgin Islanders, we have the right to decide our own fate, to choose our own political status, and to establish our own approaches to advancing our society, economy, and culture. Over the years, there have been some progress by the UK to move us along. Sometimes it's like you give us one hand and they take it back with the other. Yes, they have granted us some privileges. In 1967, executive authority was given to the local government and the office of the chief minister became a reality. In 1976, some control was granted to us to manage our finances. In 1978, the Virgin Islands took a major step towards financial freedom. In 2007, the new constitution was adopted and the Virgin Islands were granted even more responsibilities to govern ourselves. By all indication, we have done a fairly good job. We have been managing our own affairs for a while. So, why are we still here? Let me be clear. I am not in any way saying outright detachment. All I am purporting is shared power, greater autonomy with the intent to create a balanced partnership between the Virgin Islands and the UK, agreeing on how best to work together to provide security and balance for these beautiful Virgin Islands. We should not be dictated to or held hostage by others. Madam Speaker, was June of 2020, a few months short of a year, a piece of legislation was passed in this honorable House, the Cannabis Licensing Act, which from all indication will generate revenue for this country and provide countless opportunities for all people. Then there is the Disaster Management Act, still delayed, still waiting for royal assent. Madam Speaker, with greater autonomy, we do not have to wait on anyone to give us a stamp of approval. The only people can manage the affairs of these Virgin Islands are we. These Virgin Islands are ours, built by our forefathers. No one else will ever understand and appreciate that. We have the talent and skills needed in every area to develop this territory further. Madam Speaker, some would like to discourage us from continuing the journey that our forefathers worked so hard to establish for us. They will suggest that we are not ready, we cannot support ourselves. I know that as a country, we do not have the natural resources to rely on for export, but what we have is the capacity to be innovative and creative. We know how to take a little and multiply it to make much, but often we are not given that opportunity to do so. We should not be discouraged from advancing or continuing this process because of other people's selfishness. We should continue to forge ahead and develop these Virgin Islands for future generations. We make choices and manage our own affairs. We have proven over and over that we can do so. So why is there still a stronghold on us? The answer is self-interest, abuse of power, and discrimination towards the people of the Virgin Islands. Many may be apprehensive. I understand. The concern that many of our people have when they hear about self-determination is valid. Madam Speaker, I am not suggesting an endpoint to this process such as independence. Let me reinforce, as a government, we are seeking to continue the quest for greater autonomy through free association. The concerns of some citizens are legitimate. Some are even fearful because they are comfortable at this point and unsure of what the future holds. What are we afraid of? Referencing to the Premier, the good book reminds us that God did not give us as a people the spirit of fear. Instead, he has supplied us with power, love, and a sound mind. Madam Speaker, we are a powerful people. We are a loving people with brilliant minds to lead this territory in the right direction. We do not have to wait on anyone to make decisions for us. There are those who express distrust in leadership. We cannot and should not soften the lack of trust that citizens have in us as leaders. Truth be told, we have not always been perfect. But I will urge to say that as future leaders, we must take responsibilities for past mistakes and strive to move forward in a positive manner, learning from those mistakes. Tell me of a nation in the world without its shares of challenge. Madam Speaker, there is none. With greater autonomy, the benefits of these Virgin Islands are numerous. This includes District 6. I will give you a little history of the 6th district. I will say 6 for the 6th, and the role that the people played in the process of self-determination. Purcell Estate is the largest village within the district. The name came from two brothers, John and James Purcell, who served as presidents of the British Virgin Islands Council. Madam Speaker, the birthplace of freedom started in District 6. It was at Sabbath Hill that the slaves gathered before heading down to Rotongue on August 4th, 1834, where they were eventually freed. It was on a plantation of Bellevue where the first white plantation farmer and slave owner was executed for killing Prosper. Some of you may ask, who is Prosper? He was the slave who ate the mango that dropped off a tree. It was from this same plantation mangoes trickled down into town. Madam Speaker, Bargers Bay, the fruit basket of the district, a fishing community, and the home of the best and the sweetest mangoes. Madam Speaker, the village of Kingstown was the home of the first church slaves. These communities was instrumental in the process of self-determination. I regard that this church as a symbol of hope and self-determination for all British Virgin Islanders. The roots of freedom began, grew, and spread from communities in District 6. Today, the district is a buzz of economic activities. It is a commercial hub with retail and wholesale businesses. Large-scale businesses such as VI Block, Clarence Thomas Limited, Drake's Traders, Skeleton Group, and International Motors has made 6th District home. Moreover, a soon-to-be-completed 5-star hotel and a development of a seaport with our own marina according to the development plans. Imagine how many jobs would be available for the people of 6th District and the people of the Virgin Islands on a whole. As a young people myself, I have a passion for the youth of my district. I recall in 2015, when the Virgin Islands Labor Force survey was conducted, the survey showed that District 6 had an unemployment rate of 1.5. With the majority being employed, most of these were young people. Our history shows that we rely on agriculture. However, with diversification in our fishing and farming, jobs can be created for the young people. I echo the sentiments of my colleague, the Junior Minister of Trade, in supporting our young people to start their own business. Madam Speaker, the youth in District 6 are creative and talented. Given the right direction and support, they can become gainfully employed and reduce the unemployment rate. We must be able to empower our young people, and the way to do so is youth mainstreaming. According to a document produced by the Commonwealth, youth mainstreaming is in development planning, transforming young life. It defines youth streaming is a strategy to achieve the goal of equality for all. Every effort is made to include us, the young people, in developing policies, programs, and decision-making. Madam Speaker, already you are seeing it tonight. Tonight, sitting here is the Virgin Islands Youth Parliament with 23 talented young people functioning in various capacities, representing their communities and providing a voice on behalf of the youth. In addition, we see youth representation on statutory boards and many committees. This is a testament to the commitment of all leaders to involve us, the young people, as we continue the process of self-determination. There is one area of development for District 6, and that is a health center. District 6 is one of 2 districts in the territory without a health center. Madam Speaker, this is personal to me, as I see the challenges my mother-in-law, who is elderly and sick, must undergo. Traveling from Purcell Estate, where she lives, to Roton for a visit or a checkup. When people are sick and hurt, they need the fastest access to medical care, and a health center in District 6 is the icing on the cake. I am dreaming about that flat land between Brothers Gas Station and the New Testament Church of God for our clinic to attend to the needs of our over 2,000 residents in the district. This will also help the Roton Clinic. I have no doubt that this is the path we must take. But, Madam Speaker, we have some work to do. We must continue to strengthen our institutions so that we can be more stable and accepted by the world. The goal is to improve the standard of living for all people in the Virgin Islands, and in particular, District 6. Honorable Avram Maduro-Keynes continues the development of the community, building on the vision of the late Honorable Omar Hodge, who made considerable strides in the process of self-determination by completing his vision of a fisherman's wharf in Bargles Bay. The future looks bright for District 6 and for these Virgin Islands. As we continue the journey with a new generation of energized young people, we expect to see even more changes that are positive in communities across the country.
Honorable member, your time is expired. Please wrap up.
Thank you. As I close, I want you to really pay attention to the words of our territorial song that is penned by Kareem and Ayana Hall, whom to mention are residents of District 6. It sums up so nicely of the essence of what we are speaking about today, Madam Speaker, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Wilson. I now call upon the 1st District Representative, Honorable Danielle D. Hodge, to make her contribution.
Good evening, Madam Speaker. Permission to please refer to my notes.
Proceed.
Resilience is accepting your new reality, even if it is less good than the one you had before. You can fight it. You can do nothing but scream about what you have lost, or you can accept it and try to make something good of it. Words spoken by Elizabeth Edwards. The people of the Virgin Islands are seen as people of great resilience. Madam Speaker, the question we are being presented with today is if the Virgin Islands should move towards full self-determination. First things first, one cannot move towards full self-determination, for full self-determination is not a goal, but a process. As stated by Cornell Law School, self-determination denotes the legal right of the people to decide their own destiny in relation to the international law. Self-determination can also be described as the process of decolonization, and it is understood to be a complicated concept. As stated by my honorable colleagues, there are three options of self-determination, which include free association, incorporation, and independence. Madam Speaker, the Virgin Islands should not continue their progression to full self-determination until the proper systems and institutions are in place, for nothing can prosper without a good foundation. The Virgin Islands has made progress in terms of full self-determination, and it is up to the people to decide to continue that process to the next step. In order for us to continue moving towards full self-determination, the economy needs to be reviewed in such a way that the need for outside help is reduced to little or none, as it relates to maintaining our finances. Let us take a look at tourism. As we all know, the tourism industry makes up one of our two economic pillars which sustain this country's financing. The global pandemic of COVID-19 is a prime example of how the economy needs security and sustainability. Madam Speaker, in just a matter of weeks, one of our country's main economic pillars was silenced and crippled due to this pandemic, with having difficulty still recuperating as we speak. Let us also make mention to the fact that in 2017, Hurricanes Irma and Maria also affected this sector. Madam Speaker, if we are exploring the thoughts of full self-determination, what is going to be done to secure our bread and butter? What is going to be done to reduce these casualties to make sure that they are fully eliminated or reduced to none? Also, how do we ensure that the tourism sector is not affected by negative press from surrounding territories? For example, the recent release in the Sunday Times about the drug bust in our territory. Many of us would like to believe that the times we are living in are substantial, that enough is enough, but enough is never enough. This takes me into my next point about financial services. Although our tourism sector is booming, we have a thriving financial sector that is respected internationally. Madam Speaker, as said previously, if we want to explore the thoughts of full self-determination, our economy needs to be secured in order to sustain this country's finances. In 2007, the global economic crash occurred. Excessive risk taken by banks combined with the bursting of the United States housing bubble caused values of securities tied to the U.S. real estate to plummet, causing a global financial crisis. This shows that when one pillar is struggling, the other pillar takes on the brunt of the matter. God forbid, in the event there was to be another economic crash, systems and institutions need to be put in place to secure the people of the Virgin Islands. Need I mention the fact that the Virgin Islands has been blacklisted as of recently of January 2020 for being a non-cooperating territory in tax matters? The negative effects of blacklisting is quite considerable, with huge inconvenience being the least of them and more severe effects including loss of credibility, a decline in business, and financial hardship. Whether or not the reasons were credible, being blacklisted can result in inevitable negative effects for countries such as ourselves. Systems and institutions need to be put in place to ensure that even if we are being blacklisted, our image is being defended and protected properly to plead our case and to prove credibility to uphold our financial sector for when it is needed most. Madam Speaker, if we are thinking about furthering our mark on the process of self-determination, these are the conversations that need to be had to make sure that the Virgin Islands is ready for that next step. Need I mention that one of our main financial institutions cannot even issue their own cashier checks? In other words, they do not have their own official checks. There are many limitations with one of our major financial institutions, namely our National Bank. These limitations include that they cannot do wire transfers, they do not have a card service, in other words, they don't have credit cards, and discontinued construction loans along with no revolving line of credit. Madam Speaker, if our own main financial institution cannot even provide us with these services, how do we intend for the Virgin Islands to sustain ourselves? Do we cut our ties with the UK? This leads me into my next point. It is known that the government makes money through the implementation of taxes. As of recently, there was talks in the media about there being an increase in taxes. Taxes are being risen, but what do we have to show for it? Madam Speaker, the government cannot burden the general population with an increase in taxes and fees, and there is no increase in wages, especially in a time like this when we are dependent on the private sector. If the people whom are the main contributors to the private sector are unable to afford services due to excessive taxes, how does the government intend for the economy to sustain itself? If we are looking at the thoughts of full self-determination, these are the questions we need answers for. Also, the right structures and institutions need to be put in place to ensure that the private sector is secured, for it is the private sector that this country depends on in times of financial hardship. There is a lack of confidence in the local product and services. The people are not confident that our local products and services are enough to sustain us. If people do not have faith and trust, then it is the least likely for them to support said services. These products and services are considered to be a part of the private sector. And if a person is not supporting the private sector, again, Madam Speaker, what will provide economic cushioning for when it is needed? If we are thinking about continuing on the path of self-determination, these are the questions we need to ask ourselves. The proper legislation needs to be put in place to ensure that this country is on the right track. Measures of accountability need to be present to hold the respective authorities and persons accountable to their actions to reduce corruption. Proper application of the rule of law needs to be established, for only then we will be able to move forward. And for those who are not aware, the rule of law is the principle under which all persons, institutions, and entities are accountable to the laws that are publicly announced and enforced. Madam Speaker, fancy words, but too many times we are plagued by words that sound good and even look good on paper, but in real life, practical application, they are not effective. This country is governed by a constitution, and the constitution is the highest rule of the land, and anything and everything should be accountable and tested by the constitution. Therefore, no one should be exempted regardless of their status or background. In the event the constitution becomes suspended, what does that mean for Virgin Islanders? When a suspension is in effect, the representative authorities typically act through their subordinates, and they can imprison people indefinitely without any judicial check. The Constitution needs to be reviewed to ensure that there are no loopholes and to better speak to the laws of the Virgin Islands. It needs to be reviewed to account for possible problems that may arise in the future. This takes me to my next point. Succession planning in all major institutions must have a solid base of professionals with a view of continuity. Imagine, God forbid, what would happen if all major doctors decide tomorrow to get up and leave our Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, these are the things that we need to look at if we are thinking about becoming more self-determinate. The Virgin Islands needs to make sure, once persons return from their studies abroad, that there is work waiting for them in their respective fields so that they can effectively fulfill their degrees to carry this country forward. Madam Speaker, there is no point in changing our economic status if our systems and institutions are failing and not up to international standards. Our present systems and institutions are not mature enough to sustain us in the completion of the process of self-determination. Let us take a look at education, for example. The territory needs to invest in providing Virgin Islanders with the proper tools to take this country forward. As sung by our current government officials, forwards ever, backwards never. Strategic education needs to be implemented correctly to ensure that the future of the Virgin Islands is being delivered into the hands of those who are capable. This country needs to make sure that the students of the Virgin Islands are being sent abroad to study subjects that will be of great use to this country's future. By such, I mean sending away Virgin Islanders whom are interested in law, so that when the time comes, they will be the one assisting with writing the new legislations. Sending away Virgin Islanders whom are interested in engineering, so that they can assist in carrying the Virgin Islands into the modern age as it relates to buildings and infrastructure. Educate persons in the health sector so that we can have a large capacity of our own local doctors and medical personnel to sustain this country in its time of need. As I said, God forbid, in the event that all of our major doctors decide to abandon these Virgin Islands, we can at least have the peace of mind knowing that there are Virgin Islanders whom are capable to support us in our time of need. As stated previously, we have a thriving financial sector that is respected internationally. We need to assure that we have persons educated in finance so that they will be the one to take the baton when it's time for it to pass the baton. We also need to explore new ideas of developing new industries which will be of great benefit to the Virgin Islands. For example, marine biology. We are the sailing capital of the world and we receive great recognition for our waters. We need to ensure that persons are able to study and become more educated about our product, seeing that we are well admired for our ecotourism, and it would also be a benefit to tourism in the long run. We need to invest money in our teachers to make sure that they are qualified to educate the future generation, for teaching is the profession that creates all other professions. If they are not qualified, then where will we get qualified persons from? Madam Speaker, our children deserve the right to have premium access to education to create, one, a thirst for knowledge, and two, to ensure that they have the basics to achieve what they wish to achieve. We need to improve our education system to be able to be on the same level as other institutions internationally. We are living in a rather technical age and need to be able to learn and adapt. Technology needs to be properly incorporated into the schools so that our students are not left behind. The global pandemic of COVID-19 has shown us that. We all have seen how the transition from physical school to online school was a mess. That should not have been the case had our education system been prepared. If we are thinking about continuing the process of self-determination, these are the things we need to think about. Also, students need to be able to have proper access to educational resources to ensure their advancement. As stated by my honorable colleague, Virgin Islands history needs to be heavily engraved in our students and our people, because as sung by our Miss BVI, how are you going to know where you are going if you do not know where you are from? A question we should all ask ourselves. As stated earlier, self-determination denotes the legal right of the people to decide their own destiny without external input, interference, or interruption in the international order. This means that the people must be for full self-determination if we are to be thinking of such. Madam Speaker, how does the government expect for the people to make such a decision if they are not fully aware of what all is at stake? They do not know the ins and outs, they lack awareness, and they do not know what all is at stake. It would be irresponsible of the government to do such. The people of the Virgin Islands are whose voices matter the most in this decision, and their opinion should have been of great value every day and not just for a personal agenda. We need to ensure that our people have great national pride, for we are not just a geographical place, but we are a people. The public is not aware of what it means to be a Virgin Islander at heart and not by status. National pride results in continuity, and continuity is what matters most if we are ensuring continuity. If we're not ensuring continuity, then what is the purpose of obtaining this new economic status? A Public Information Act needs to be put in place to assure that the public is aware of all matters that are in relation to them. To conclude, self-determination is not a goal, but a process that has already begun, but we need to ensure that the right foundations are in place to ensure our prosperity. Because what is the point of establishing this new status if our systems and institutions are failing? We need to thoroughly review our institutions for necessary improvement before we can begin thinking about taking the next step. We need to review our Constitution, restructure our educational system. We need to review ways of generating a sustainable income. We need to review our legislation, and we need national pride. We need to make sure the foundation of this country is secured to ensure that the Virgin Islands continues to be a paradise to its people. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hodge. I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor, and Immigration, 9th District Representative, Honorable Anika M. Christopher.
Madam Speaker, please allow me to reference my notes as I make my contribution to the motion at hand.
Proceed.
Tonight, we are asking ourselves the question, should the Virgin Islands move towards greater self-determination, which is in essence asking ourselves, should we take a bold step towards a destiny that we choose? According to the Decolonization Declaration, all peoples have the right to self-determination. This right to self-determination is also enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. This right to self-determination was also one that our ancestors fought for. So yes, the Virgin Islands should move to greater self-determination. Therefore, the question now becomes, when should this happen? Member for the 4th, Honorable Tittle, also asked this question in his contribution. In answering this, we can first begin by looking at one of the many heroes in our Virgin Islands story. In 1968, when Noah Lloyd recognized the impact that the Bates Hill development would have on the people of the Virgin Islands, he did not wait for the opportunity to speak up. He marched, he moved, and he made that opportunity, forming the Positive Action Movement. This was a man who made the decision that not only changed his own life, but changed the very course of history of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, what we learn from this story is that greater self-determination is not something to be waited for, but it is something to be achieved. Change is not a matter of chance, but it is a matter of choice. This is even outlined in a British Virgin Islands report of the Constitutional Commissioners of 1993, in a 3rd chapter titled, The Question of Independence. It was reported that there was a great deal of misunderstanding about how independence would come about. Many Virgin Islanders believed that independence was inevitable or would come about as a result of constitutional progress. However, the report addressed these claims, stating that, and I quote, "A prerequisite to independence must be a constitutionally expressed wish of the people of the Virgin Islands. There is nothing inevitable about independence, nor can it come like a thief in the night." End of quote. Madam Speaker, I repeat, there is nothing inevitable about independence. Therefore, if we are to continue on our path towards greater self-determination, the Virgin Islands cannot remain a British overseas territory. This is why we are proposing that the Virgin Islands establish a free association with the UK, as this will allow us to achieve greater self-determination. Madam Speaker, for tonight's debate, I will be discussing a few points to show the benefits of a free association through the lens of the Ministry for Natural Resources, Labor, and Immigration. Firstly, the Virgin Islands should move to a free association because that will allow us to have control over laws governing citizenship. Madam Speaker, with citizenship comes many rights, privileges, and benefits. Citizenship is also one of the basic components of the right to self-determination. However, citizenship in the Virgin Islands is determined by the British Nationality Act. How then can the road to self-determination be at the heart of the UK's relationship with the Virgin Islands if citizenship is not an area within our control? And as a result of not having control over citizenship, let us examine a few ways in which this can and has already affected the Virgin Islands. In 2005, the UK government published a white paper called Partnership for Progress and Prosperity on the Overseas Territories, and within it, established that British citizenship be extended to British Overseas Territory citizens. The white paper noted, and I quote, that British citizenship should be a non-reciprocal basis as far as the right of abode is concerned, end of quote. Based on this legislation, citizenship was not reciprocated to UK residents, and thus UK residents cannot vote in the Virgin Islands. The report went on to say that this was done in an effort to, and I quote, set out a new relationship between the UK and its overseas territories based on the principles of self-determination, mutual responsibilities, and autonomy, end of quote. Therefore, to ensure the protection of small overseas territories, this is why this new relationship was made non-reciprocal. On February 29, 2019, the Foreign Affairs Committee, which is a committee responsible for reviewing issues pertaining to overseas territories, published its 15th report of session 2017 to 2019 on Global Britain and the British Overseas Territories. Now, this report outlined the committee's conclusions and recommendations. One of the suggestions were as follows. The UK government should initiate a consultation with the elected governments of the OTs and work with them to agree a plan to ensure that there is a pathway for all resident and UK British Overseas Territory citizens to be able to vote and hold elected office in the territory. In its response to this report, the FCO should lay out a timetable for this consultation process and set a deadline for phasing out discriminatory elements of belongership or its territory-specific equivalents, end of quote. Madam Speaker, can you believe that the process of citizenship that was based on self-determination and done to protect nationals of the Virgin Islands was now being called discriminatory? Can you imagine what it would be like if UK residents are allowed to vote and hold elected office here in the Virgin Islands? Madam Speaker, our people could very easily become overwhelmed and lose influence. The government response was received on April 29, 2019. They rejected this proposal. Although this proposal was turned down, this does not mean that the threat has gone away. Who's to say there won't be a government in the future to accept this proposal and seek to impose it? But with a free association, Madam Speaker, we would not have this threat dangling over our heads. In addition, a free association will allow us to take a different approach relating to local citizenship. With the current laws surrounding citizenship, many persons who are born here are not citizens at birth. This has negatively impacted the lives of many. For example, there have been many children who didn't have automatic placement in the education system and struggle with school fees as a result of having to go through private schooling. With a free association, we can be responsible for citizenship with the unique opportunity to develop laws and policies that effectively meet the needs of the people of the Virgin Islands. Secondly, the Virgin Islands should move to a free association because that will allow us to effectively develop and exploit our natural resources. Our natural resources are directly tied to several important areas of our economy, including our tourism sector, agriculture, and fishery sectors. Therefore, it is imperative that we are able to fully exploit and develop our natural resources. One way to do this is by establishing our Exclusive Economic Zone, or EEZ. An exclusive economic zone is a concept adopted at the Third United Nations Conference on the Law of the Sea in 1982, whereby a coastal state assumes jurisdiction over the exploration and exploitation of marine resources. Currently, the Virgin Islands has established an exclusive fishery zone, but not an exclusive economic zone. This is a major opportunity lost for the Virgin Islands because an EFZ only accounts for the living resources, whereas an EEZ accounts for both living resources such as fish, as well as non-living resources such as oil and natural gas. Therefore, it is critical that we transition from an exclusive fishery zone to an exclusive economic zone. However, our relationship with the UK currently impacts how this is declared. But with a free association, we can determine how our EEZ is defined. Lastly, the Virgin Islands should move to a free association because that will allow us to have access to global climate change funds. Madam Speaker, climate change is a serious issue. from sudden changes in weather patterns to rising sea levels to threats to food security, the impacts of climate change are increasing at an unprecedented level. If immediate and drastic actions are not taken, adapting to these changes will become more and more difficult. This is especially true for small island developing states. Small island developing states have long been recognized by the international community as a special case. According to the United Nations Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC, and I quote, "Although these countries are among the least responsible for climate change, they are likely to suffer most from its adverse effects and could, in some cases, even become uninhabitable." End of quote. To respond to this, the UNFCCC has established the Green Climate Change Fund, which is the largest climate change fund, as a mechanism for small island developing states to adapt to climate change. On July 31st, 2020, the total amount of contributions made to the Green Climate Fund was $10.3 billion US. Now, by being a small island developing state, naturally the Virgin Islands should be on the receiving end of these funds. However, this is not the case. Because we are also a British overseas territory, we are not represented on the United Nations, and as a result, we cannot access the Green Climate Fund. This is why in March 2015, the Virgin Islands Climate Change Trust Fund was formed as a vehicle to go outside of the normal channels to attract financing. Now, while this was indeed an innovative move and certainly speaks to our resilience as a people, the reality is still this. Raising funds is not a simple task, and climate adaptation is extremely costly. Therefore, without access to the large scale of funding to adapt, this remains another major opportunity lost for the Virgin Islands in our efforts to address climate change. Madam Speaker, close your eyes and go back for a moment to the aftermath of Hurricane Irma in 2017. Now, imagine that 5 years down the line, another Hurricane Irma hits us. Where will we get the money from to recover? How will we rebuild? The truth is that what you are imagining right now could very easily become a reality. The intensity and frequency of hurricanes in the Caribbean are only expected to increase. The effects of climate change are inescapable, but with a free association, that changes and expands the landscape of possibilities for the Virgin Islands in our response to climate change. With a free association, we can tap into the global pots of funds available to assist small island developing states. In conclusion, the Virgin Islands cannot remain a British overseas territory, as this current status does not align with our rights to self-determination as enshrined in the United Nations Charter and the Decolonization Declaration. This is why we are proposing that the Virgin Islands establish a free association with the UK, as this will give us the necessary space to achieve greater self-determination. Madam Speaker, as was with the case of Noah Lloyd, we have to make a decision, and the time is now. The time is now to determine who a citizen is. The time is now to explore and expand the potential of our natural resources. The time is now to combat climate change. The time is now to seize control of our destiny and secure a better tomorrow for these Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christopher. I now call upon the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities, 5th District Representative, Honorable Stefan D. McTavius.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank you for allowing me to add my contribution to this debate today. I also seek your permission to read from my notes. Thank you. Madam Speaker, as the Premier said earlier, the great Laurentius Stout said, and I quote, "Where there is no vision, the people perish." We have heard these same exact words repeated many times right here in this House of Assembly and around this territory. But, Madam Speaker, do we fully understand what it means? For those who might not know, well, let me enlighten you. This verse simply states that without a mission, without a goal, without a hope, we lose the vitality that makes us feel alive. We, the people, are left to wander in the dark down a path that ultimately leads to destruction, So, Madam Speaker, my mission is to help us restore that vision. And not just any vision, but that vision that's led this territory to where we are today. That vision, Madam Speaker, that can see even when it's not that visible, but still can see a light at the end of this long road. Madam Speaker, we all lay a common claim to the heritage of these Virgin Islands. We are its people, heir to its legacies. Upon us lies the responsibility to protect that which is dear to these Virgin Islands, and the responsibility to take the necessary steps to move these Virgin Islands forward. Madam Speaker, the responsibility placed into our hands by our own common destiny as proud Virgin Islanders is one we simply cannot run away from. The task of moving these Virgin Islands to greater heights has the urgency of now. Madam Speaker, this is why it is imperative that we meet it with the focus it deserves and act accordingly to fulfill our destiny. Our resilience and resolve have often been sorely tested. This is due to us having to endure the imposition of many hardships by some factors. Madam Speaker, of those factors, the most vexing, widespread, and chronic is colonialism in its various guises. The principle of self-determination outlines not just the duty of states to respect and promote the right, but also the obligation to refrain from any forcible action which deprives people of the enjoyment of such a right. In particular, the use of force to prevent a people from exercising their right of self-determination is regarded as illegal and has been consistently condemned by the international community. Article 1 in the UN Charter clearly states this, Madam Speaker. Colonialism has a very long history in these Caribbean islands. I will not add that it has gone on for far too long. This is because no length of time, however brief, is excusable for the imposition of a rule and governance without the free consent of the governed being received first. In other words, colonialism. Madam Speaker, this system responsible for numerous wickedness all throughout this world is by its oppressive nature a system unfit for a territory of free people such as who we are. Madam Speaker, there are many Virgin Islanders who are right now upset with the different administrations who have held office throughout these years, putting the blame on them for how slow our national progress have been. But what if I tell you that the UK is to be blamed? When you read upon how they've been treating all these countries from since the beginning of slavery, your mind will be blown, Madam Speaker. The UK have always had their agenda. They care more about our resources more than they care about the people of these Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, did you know that India surpassed the UK to become the 5th richest economy in the world? India, Madam Speaker, a former British colony where the UK presided over a bloody partition, the Amritsar massacre, and the Bengal famine. We also see countries in Africa like Ghana, Kenya, and Uganda amongst the fastest growing economies in the world. Madam Speaker, these are countries that the UK deliberately underdeveloped, stole resources from, and brutally enslaved its people. May I add that also in the mid to late 1700s, over 50 members of the UK Parliament represented slave plantations. I need you all to understand me clearly. Members of the UK Parliament, just like us here today, enslaved people that look just like us. So, Madam Speaker, how can we be a priority to the UK when this is how they treat people that look just like us? Madam Speaker, the history and effects of colonial rule in these Caribbean islands is not acceptable. It was never designed to be. Colonialism as a system is inherently designed to benefit the colonizer and not the colonized people. It is a system designed to exploit far more than it is designed to build. Just look at what is happening now with the Commission of Inquiry. And as I touch on this, Madam Speaker, I ask for your indulgence because I need the people of these Virgin Islands to understand, and not to understand, but to see the point I'm trying to bring across here. Madam Speaker, page 5 in the Constitution of the Virgin Islands states that the people of the Virgin Islands have generally expressed their desire to become a self-governing people and to exercise the highest degree of control over the affairs of their country at this stage of its development. It also states that nothing that the United Kingdom, the administering power for that time being, has articulated a desire to enter into a modern partnership with the Virgin Islands based on the principle of mutual respect and self-determination. Madam Speaker, I just want to be very clear so that the people of these Virgin Islands know and understand the reason why I'm coming down hard on the United Kingdom. Of course, it may be that the UK sees things differently, but this is our country, this is our future, and they all should matter here. Let's take a look at the UK over these past years, because they themselves are in shambles managing their own affairs, Madam Speaker. New Global Witness analysis reveals that over 87,000 properties in England and Wales are owned by anonymous companies. The value of these properties is at least £56 billion according to Land Registry data, and likely to be in excess of £100 billion when accounting for inflation and missing price data. Global Witness investigations have also repeatedly shown how criminals and corrupt politicians can use the UK property market to hide or clean dirty cash and to secure safe haven for themselves and their families. And they've also shown how London can be used by anyone wanting to hide identity behind complex network of companies and properties. The UK also appears to be the money laundering capital of the world, Madam Speaker. In a devastating article, Mr. Oliver Bullock, a journalist from The Guardian, revealed how easy it has become to hide your stolen loot of fraudulent schemes in the UK, using a giant loophole in company law. He said, and I quote, "No one checks the ownership details you enter when creating your company. You can literally call yourself Mickey Mouse with a registered address on Mars and get away with it, Madam Speaker." End of quote. Now, let's take a look at the many governors who held office within these Virgin Islands, who only have one portfolio, who is also in charge of our security and can't get it together, Madam Speaker. Yes, I might sound harsh with how I said it, but these are things we have to speak about. Just look at our police force. Madam Speaker, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more that you can research and read for yourself. The information is out there. It's not that I'm just here bashing the UK, Madam Speaker. That's not my intentions at all. But when you look at it, we all have problems. No country in this world don't have problems, Madam Speaker. But when you are scrutinizing us, you have to be fair across the board. Don't come and judge us, especially when you, the UK, is far from perfect too. As it said, those who live in glass houses should not throw stones. This is a proverb used in several European countries pertaining to hypocrisy. It means that one who is vulnerable to criticism regarding a certain issue should not criticize others about the same issue. As the former First Lady Michelle Obama said, when they go low, we go high. That is exactly what Virgin Islanders do, Madam Speaker, because we know what we are made of. For a small territory like ours, we are doing great, Madam Speaker. But why does the UK continue to keep us back? That's the other question we can't get an answer for. Madam Speaker, this is what makes continuing on this road to self-determination an urgent task for us. Can you imagine how far these Virgin Islands will be if we manage our own affairs? Why we need other people telling us what to do, and they don't even have these Virgin Islands at heart? We are to wake up and see what's happening, Madam Speaker. And let's just be clear for those who might, be a bit confused about what we are here debating. Please understand that this is not independence. It's a continuation of the process that our ancestors have already started. Self-determination is a prelude to independence. Madam Speaker, even when the forecast is sunny, our daily news seems to rain down reports of all the woes and prevailing disasters. Every day seems to bring a new tragedy, a discouraging statistic, a cynical review of the intractable problems facing these Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, when I hear these stories, I struggle to remind myself that the sensation-driven media often ignores the more positive narrative of progress and resilience of these Virgin Islands. Yet, it is an unfortunate fact that many of the problems are outpaced in new solutions. Luckily, Madam Speaker, there is encouraging news. A massive source of energy, creativity, and new ideas has been building just beneath the surface of these Virgin Islands. Barely tapped so far, but nearly bursting to emerge. This forces the thousands of youth here within this territory. We are the turn of this century. We are the voice of change, and we are here to fix what these Virgin Islands is falling short of. When I walk through through District 5, Madam Speaker, and travel across these Virgin Islands, young people are a limitless source of innovative energy, and engaging them now will inspire a generation of lifelong change makers. As you can see, this is what your government is already doing. They are finding ways to make sure that our youth are empowered. But Madam Speaker, we will always have an issue. How far can we go, especially when all our acts have to be ascended by the United Kingdom? When it comes to youth, we have to act fast because their interest drops quickly, Madam Speaker. If we have to wait for the UK all the time, we will forever have our young people in this position. That's why continuing on this road to self-determination to get to the next level, which is free association, is important. When we see the need for an act that will benefit our youth, your government should be able to pass it here in this House and put it to work without the approval from the UK. Madam Speaker, our youth deserve the chance to explore and address the problems they see around, and their contribution is an opportunity these Virgin Islands cannot afford to miss. Madam Speaker, we are resilient people in these Virgin Islands. We are known to fight for what is right. When you sit down and listen to some of the stories of our ancestors, for example, Mr. Obadiah Dawson, a courageous man who led the cattle tax riot in 1853, stories like those fills me up with this burning desire to continue to work hard for them and for us. If they wasn't daunting, Madam Speaker, then why should we? In 2017, Hurricane Irma and Maria came and battered these Virgin Islands. But did we sit down? No, Madam Speaker, we didn't. Our contractors, our engineers, and this country came together and rebuilt our infrastructure back. Madam Speaker, I know we are currently not where we want to be, but we are getting there sooner than later. Look at how easy it was to turn around our traffic flow in Road Town. Many thought it was impossible, but we got it done. Look at how we are tackling road issues, one in particular, that ridge road between Little Dix and Hope Hill. Let us not forget the L-shaped building at the Emma South High School, which only takes 6 months, Madam Speaker. These projects were all done by our own people, and look how great they turn out. But I'm not here to really touch on too much of what has already been done, but to share with you what I see, where I see these Virgin Islands could be in years to come as we continue on this road to self-determination. For all those who see these Virgin Islands as irredeemable, I see it as the greatest Caribbean island within the next 20 to 30 years. We have been imperfect, and we've had our faults, but Madam Speaker, we have also given the greatest number of opportunities to so many. I envision these Virgin Islands being top in the Caribbean when it comes to our infrastructure, with the Ministry of Transportation, Work and Utilities working closely with the Premier's office, whose ministry oversees the completed National Physical Development Plan, which will guide the development of our infrastructure. Madam Speaker, ain't no way we can secure that #1 spot. I envision youth centers like YEP in each and every district. Madam Speaker, I see major opportunities more than ever within these Virgin Islands for our people. All right, so as I close, Madam Speaker, I just need everyone to know that this path I urge us to is by no means a new one. It is, on the contrary, one trodden by many other countries elsewhere to a fuller actualization of their national potential. More pertinent to our situation, it is the path on which our ancestors have already taken their first steps. The greatest of these Virgin Islands lies not in being more enlightened than any other country, but in its ability to repair its faults. So instead of focusing on all our failings, it's far better to focus on what we could become as a people and to envision the even great heights to which we could climb as a territory. Madam Speaker, I thank you and I lend my support to this motion.
Thank you, Honorable Mactavius. I recognize the 3rd District Representative, Honorable Rashawn A. Johnson.
Good evening, Madam Speaker. May I please refer to my notes?
Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to express a pleasant good evening to the people of my district, for the members of District 3. And I would like to state that, as we know, members from the 3rd tend to speak their minds. Today, I'm about to speak the mind and spread to you the words of the youth of this territory. We did not come here to fear the future. We came here to shape it. These are words of Barack Obama, the 44th President of the United States of America. You may have heard from my colleagues that this journey was not a journey decided by no political party. It was a journey decided by the people, the brave people of this British Virgin Islands. It was a journey that started back in 1949 when our forefathers demonstrated they had enough under colonialism. Their needs were simply not being met. They decided it was better off for them to shape their own future and oversee their own affairs, to be in charge of their own destiny. After all, who can better care for you than your own? The United Nations Charter was instituted in 1946. It was then mandated that colonies be given the opportunity to govern their own affairs, and consequently, in 1950, our forefathers set this journey into motion. To self-determination of this topic we're discussing here today. These were times when our people had little to no education, no true wealth, as in money, but not in spirit. Although they did not know what tomorrow held, they knew they could accomplish anything together. This was and is the spirit of the Virgin Islands, unity. I emphasize that the path to self-determination comes out of the colonial era where the UK have full governance over our affairs. As time progresses, the Virgin Islands acquired partial control through a new status. They will deem us overseas territory. We were able to gain legislation and control over our affairs, which was a step in the right direction. However, as a territory, we still do not have control to govern all our affairs. Madam Speaker, we still have to interact with the UK, to interact with international bodies that we see fit to do right by our people. At this stage and now, we should be able to prove if we can sustain good governance and our economy. Madam Speaker, I stand with my colleagues today that we should continue on the path to self-determination, but we must first address the process in terms of our governance and our knowledge of the process itself. Madam Speaker, according to the Webster Dictionary online, fear is an anxiety, concern, a reason for alarm. The present motion today strikes fear in the minds of our youths because we simply do not have the knowledge to back it. These are concerns that we have. The voice of the youth have gone unheard for a long time. So as I take this time, I would like to reemphasize some of the problems we see throughout our community that we will not have the opportunity to speak on. One of said projects would be the Tortola Pear Park, the Tortola Pear Park project. I am not here to cast blame, nor to point fingers. I am merely drawing attention to a concern that can affect our movement to self-determination. We cannot take this next step in this process if we continue to take public funds lightly. Madam Speaker, citing from a form BCQS International, it was documented that the estimated project was $50 million, and a revise was done, and then it was estimated to be $85 million. This cannot happen again, Madam Speaker. That was a 70% overrun on the budget. Let's take that into perspective. If I was to budget my life for something, and all of a sudden it run over 70%, this is not good for us as a territory, especially going forward if we are to be self-determined. We cannot allow something like this to happen ever again. I understand that we are merely humans and mistakes can be done. But it's not what we do about the mistake, it's what we do after the mistake. To ensure that public funds don't take ever so lightly. And this brings me to my next concern, Madam Speaker. We need to ensure that our finances continue to be in check if we are to continue this path to self-determination. I ask, Madam Speaker, what can be done fully to link the Virgin Islands with the international market, such as our financial institution? We continue to talk about self-determination, but a fact still remains. We heavily rely on importing goods within the territory to survive. But we currently have problems linking to those financial institutions to buy those said goods. As my member from the first stated, our very own national bank still does not have the credibility to draw a manager's check within their own name and have it interact with the international market. What does this mean for our youth and for the territory? This simply means the very goods that you need within this territory to survive off of. God forbid, if all other financial institutions leave and we only have our own national bank, we would have problem getting stuff through and within this territory. This has to be fixed before we even consider to take the next step towards self-determination. Madam Speaker, let's take it a bit further. I am a young Virgin Islander, and I can tell you that this is a problem. Because when I seek to go online to purchase said goods, and I click the little drop-down bar that would say, select which country you're from, and I have to cross my fingers and hope that it says BVI within its name. This kills opportunity for the youth that try to purchase a product that can contribute to the economy of this territory. So how are we going to talk about self-determination when we have problems interacting internationally on such level? This is a fundamental problem. We cannot continue to take this lightly. Madam Speaker, also I would like to speak on the importance of jobs, which brings me to my final points of governance. If we are to continue to the path to self-determination, we must ensure that there's adequate jobs opportunities for all Virgin Islanders. In addition, there must be upward mobility. I acknowledge there is a current review of salaries, which would aid in most of our students coming back to the territory, but this is not enough. There are still those that cannot afford to further education, and there are still those that just can't do it, just can't go. We need to put something in place for these youths to make sure that they do not remain in idle. I suggest that we create an apprenticeship program to aid these youths so that when they come time for them to apply for a job, they can have some sort or level of training done so that experience no longer be a problem. Madam Speaker, I feel we can maintain good governance, then, only then, that I would say we will be able to move towards self-determination. However, based on my research, we have work to do. Madam Speaker, there must be an effective educational program to eradicate self-determination in this process. To the resolution one. According to the resolution, pardon me, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, Madam Speaker, we need to eradicate the fear on such process by educating the people of the Virgin Islands. I heard members of the government state that we should seek towards self-association, free association, but it is not their choice to make. I heard no one speak of a referendum that was given to the people. I heard no one did a litmus test. Some may ask, what is a litmus test? A litmus test simply proves it goes through a process in how you can test a country on the process to self-determination. It gives a guideline on how it should be laid out to do so. According to my experts in Bermuda stated, including the following indicators: whether or not there was a credible effort to disseminate information to the population on the decolonization process, whether or not there was adequate educational campaign on the territory constitutional options, and the degree to which the territory had a self-sustaining economy, local decision-making, making on the economy, local control of the institution of cultural power, and a constitutional dominant-subordinate relationship with the territory, and possibly the former administrating power. What does this mean, Madam Speaker? It means we need to hear the voice of the people. As my opposition leader was trying to state earlier, as with his amendment, that a referendum needs to be brought to the people. We cannot continue to go in the House and state opinions or mere personal agendas. It needs to be backed by the very same people that got us here. It needs to be addressed by those people. So in order to continue to the path to self-determination, first, we must address the people. Second, there must be good governance. We must continue to adhere to financial international laws. And finally, we need to educate our youths on this process. Again, this is a problem, Madam Speaker. I repeat, this is a problem, Madam Speaker. How is it that the territory, that the youths of this territory know more about Christopher Columbus, as stated by the Deputy Premier, than of their very own. It was said if you were to ask who discovered this beautiful territory, some may say Christopher Columbus. Why is this so? Why isn't Virgin Islands history, as stated from my members, are instituted within our primary school and our secondary schools? Why is it? Maybe you heard it from members of the actual House of Assembly, but now you're hearing it from the youths. It needs to be implemented, because going forward, they are the foundation. Matter of fact, we are the foundation for said future. We cannot talk about self-determination when the very people that you're carrying to self-determination doesn't know nothing about the process. If I mention 1950 to most,
Honorable
1967.
Member, your time is now expired. Please wrap up.
Noted, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Our youths know more about 420 than the date 11/24 of 1949. Why is this so, Madam Speaker? Why isn't these historic events taught through our school system? All that I ask is that when you test on Christopher Columbus and his 3 ships, the Pinta, the Nina, and the Santa Maria, I ask that you also, alongside it, put tests on your forefathers, so that the youths, when they grow old, or when they develop this nation, they will have a foundation knowledge that the path that we had to determine was built, and beneath those roads, those paved roads, are sweat and blood of our ancestors. And they need to know this so they can understand the true purpose to self-determination and the reason why we started this journey. So we cannot continue to talk about self-determination without educating the people on the process itself. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Johnson. I acknowledge the Junior Minister for Tourism, at-large Representative, Honorable Johanse T. Smith.
Madam Speaker, I ask permission to refer to my notes.
Proceed.
Mariam Williams said it best. Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, or fabulous? Who am I not to be? I am a child of God. Madam Speaker, I ask today, who are we not to be? What are these Virgin Islands not to be? We are all children of God. There are endless opportunities for these Virgin Islands, and we can unlock these opportunities through the process of self-determination. Self-determination is not a political debate. It is an economic plan that every country should consider. Fortunately for us, we are already on the path of self-determination, and we have been on this path for about 70 years. The funny thing is, a lot of us didn't know that until today. Let's take this anecdote for example. Little Timmy was getting older and learning how to ride his bicycle. His dad told him that it was time to take off his training wheels. His mother then tell him, no, if you take off your training wheels, you're going to fall down and you're going to hurt yourself. Timmy had gained so much fear from what his mother had said that he didn't want to ride his bike. His father insisted and he got on the bike and he started him off. Timmy kept saying, I can't do this, I can't do this. But Timmy got all the way down the block by himself and then realized his father was not helping him. Madam Speaker, I said that to say this. The Virgin Islands is Timmy. Our father in this case is our elected officials. And our mother in this case is the United Kingdom. We have already taken off our training wheels and have started pedaling on our bikes of self-determination. Look around. We were left as a bird sanctuary, and look what we have built. Strong businesses, infrastructural changes, and of course, a strong financial and tourism identity. We had no say in the governing of these islands just over 50 years ago, Now we are a Virgin Islands who appointed their first constitutional government in 1967, and may I add, off grant in aid from the UK for over 40 years. Look how far we have come. A Virgin Islands who was ripped apart by devastating hurricanes in 2017. Look around again. Look at how far we have come. We had limited schools throughout the 1960s and 70s. Now we are a Virgin Islands with over 20 primary school options, 7 high school options, and a community college. Once more, look at how far we have come. Now is not the time to be complacent and comfortable. The people of the Virgin Islands have become too relaxed in the comfort of knowing what we have and where we are now. Some sitting with no contingency plans for just-in-case moments. We often think, the grass is not green on the other side. But how are we certain that the grass is not green on the other side if we cannot see over the fence of complacency? Therefore, we need to start thoroughly speaking about continuing the process of self-determination for these Virgin Islands. Let me further highlight that self-determination is not an end goal. It is a process by which a country strengthens their governing rights. Honorable Hodge from across the floor asks, how can we move forward without the UK regarding financial institutions? We are not proposing right-out detachment. The goal in hindsight, as stated by my colleagues, is free association. This is defined by the UN as the ability to govern a country with little or no interference. Free association for us doesn't only give our elected officials the opportunity to govern our islands with the best interests of the people at heart, but it allows us to sit at the table with countries around the world to reform treaties and global opportunities that we didn't have before. More specifically, forming stronger tourism relationships globally. Let us look at what free association would mean for the Virgin Islands through the looking glass of tourism. In an era where we were up to 1.1 million guests in the territory in 2016, and well on our way to surpass that in 2017, we were faced with 2 devastating hurricanes and a pandemic. Unfortunately, due to the closure of all ports, we only recorded just over 305,000 guests for the year. I highlighted this so that you can understand the matter of detriment and urgency that can tremendously affect one of our main financial pillars, tourism. Both unfortunate events had hasty decisions that needed to be made specifically regarding tourism. However, after debating legislations, we must await ascension by the governor. For the lack of a better term, this is wasting precious time. If we had the full governing power over these Virgin Islands, then we would not have to wait extra time in matters of urgency. Let's look at this from another angle. Section 27, subsection 3 of the Constitution says, without prejudice to the power of the legislature to make laws under the Constitution during a period of public emergency, the governor may make such regulations for the Virgin Islands as appear to him or her to be necessary or expedient for securing the public safety. This means that the governor can have ruling power over this territory if he or she deems it necessary. Madam Speaker, this is absurd. It seems that the state of emergency regulation is a matter of perception by the governor rather than the voice of the people. This should not stand as is. We made strides to combat this issue with our Disaster Management Act in 2019, as previously highlighted by my colleague. However, this act has not been ascended to by the governor, of course, stifling our rights to govern. This is another reason why we should move towards free association. Opposing views may say, how do you want free association when good governance is being inquired about? But what really is good governance? Good governance is not pointing blame on others. Good governance is not inquiring about the governance in one country when, as my colleague stated, yours is in shambles. However, good governance is making sure that every person in the Virgin Islands is safe during the COVID era. Good governance is making sure that these Virgin Islands is sustainable enough to close our borders and reopen them when the time is right. Good governance is putting in place reopening protocols such as quarantines, vaccines, and curfew orders to maintain the safety of the people, because the Constitution in Section 11 protects the people of the Virgin Islands' rights to life. Some may say that we should postpone the talk about free association when we have almost lost most of the tourism sector. And they make suggestions about diversifying the tourism sector to make our country more sustainable. In Seacoast, we say, I laugh. These are all blank fires. We have already started to diversify the tourism sector. Diversification is the first expansion of the Terence B. Lettsome International Airport, and I know everyone has heard the hard debates and plans for further expanding the airport to attract more overnight guests and from varying countries. Diversification is also the extension of the cruise pair to ensure that larger ships can dock in port. There has also been plans to make infrastructural changes to add cruise ports on sister islands. Diversification is setting up a film commission to allow for big names in media such as Sports Illustrated, National Geographic, and Victoria's Secret to shoot within our waters. We are in a time period where everything is virtual, and already having a film commission in place, this is the icing on the cake. Did you know that the Film Commission gives the opportunity for local entrepreneurs in media production to gain business first? Take, for instance, if National Geographic were to come back and film within our waters, we encourage them to obtain their heavy equipment and stagehands locally first, and if we don't have, then we encourage them to bring theirs. This is adequate use of diversification for economic opportunity. The list can go on and on. We have all the goods right here. Now is the time to put our money where our mouth is. Diversification never stops, and we continue to diversify. We speak on the Cannabis Licensing Act for the Virgin Islands, debating that marijuana should be used for medical purposes. This is a strong way to kill two birds with one stone. We can use the cultivation of marijuana and other crops to strengthen our agricultural tourism sector, while, on the other hand, using the advancements in medical marijuana and herbal remedies to strengthen our medical tourism sector. However, of course, this bill continues to sit without a sanction by the governor, stifling our own diversification. The college has already been discussing moving forward towards being a four-year institution and implementing dorms and new programs. In fact, the college is even now seeing a solar engineering course. Again, we can kill two birds with one stone. We can strengthen our ecotourism sector with the implementation of the technological advancements created from this program, while we have unlocked a new target market within the Caribbean. We can make programs like this and marine biology strengthen our educational tourism sector. Let's take Trinidad as an example. Trinidad's GDP, or gross domestic product, was $535 million. However, after the implementation of the St. Augustine campus of the University of the West Indies in 1960, the GDP rose over $50 million. This can be us, and this will be us. And while we're on the topic of education, Member Hart said that we should send people away for economic advancement. Does she mean award scholarships in key sectors in our community? Isn't that what the scholarship board did with the list that they have portrayed to us? This is public information, and the member should have done her research adequately. Anyway, we have athletes like Sharonda Pickering in volleyball, Franklin Penn in basketball, Natishan Thomas in baseball, and Rikoy Bratwit, Chantal Malone, and Kyron McMaster in track and field, who have competed on international levels. The plans to make infrastructural changes to our sporting arenas can allow for some regional competitions to be hosted right here on our lands. If that is not a plan to diversify the tourism sector, I must have the definition of diversification incorrect. And also, if this is not sufficient to strengthen sustainability for these Virgin Islands, then this must be the toilet zone. Premier Andrew Foy said that we have more degrees in this territory than a thermometer. However, I say today that we have more artists in these Virgin Islands than a museum. We have artists like Jugu, Doc Walters, Chuck Bruley, rest his soul, Monet, and Banco Bismal, who have made strides in our entertainment tourism sector. Free association would mean that we can put laws and infrastructural changes in place to allow for them to have an avenue to portray their talents while making sure they are protected in the media. I can see the likes of a grand theater setting where the Suruport Radcliffe Hall is as a platform where artists can showcase their talents and where large concerts, much like the Long Walk to Freedom Buju Consort can be hosted. And may I add that one consort had hundreds of guests on our territory. In closing, Madam Speaker, what if H. Lavity Stout was just comfortable in what we had then? What if Noel Lloyd was just comfortable in where these Virgin Islands were? What if Willard Whitley was just comfortable in what he saw? Where would we be today? The members across the floor keeps talking about foundation, foundation, foundation. I'm not an architect, Madam Speaker, but the foundation is already set. I know for certain we shouldn't add another foundation on top of that. We have reaped the crops that our forefathers have toiled and planted for us. Would we then just sit here and leave the next generation with shoulda, coulda, wouldas? Would we really leave them with nothing? The journey continues with us. This is not the time to be stagnant. It's the time to keep the train moving forward. Madam Speaker, for my Spanish community, el tiempo es ahora, meaning the time is now. It is not the time of complacency, but the time to move our Virgin Islands towards greater self-determination. Because success is always a journey, but never a destination. Madam Speaker, I thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts.
Thank you, Honorable Smith. I now call upon the 2nd District Representative, Honorable Akia R.C. Herbert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and a pleasant good evening. I am pleased to be here to give my contribution to the motion at hand today, that is, should the Virgin Islands move to self-determination. Madam Speaker, permission to refer to my notes?
Granted.
I will begin with this quote. From 1949 onward, the thrust of BVI political history has been a continuous drive by the BVI for greater autonomy in becoming the master of its own destiny, end quote. This quote by Benito Wheatley highlights, via BVI News, highlights the over 70-year journey the Virgin Islands has already made towards the path of self-determination. Madam Speaker, the Great March of 1949 was a demonstration of the self-determination spirit instilled in our foreparents. This demanded a change to the way matters affected the lives of our people then, now, and for future generations to come. As a direct result of this, the Legislative Council of the Virgin Islands was reinstated in 1950 after having been abolished for 49 years. So, what is self-determination? Madam Speaker, according to Britannica's encyclopedia, self-determination is a process by which a group of people, usually possessing a certain degree of national consciousness, form their own state and choose their own government. This political philosophy is protected in the United Nations Charter as the rights of all people. As stipulated in Article 73 of the Charter's 11th chapter, titled The Declaration Regarding Non-Self-Governing Territories, it clearly outlines the principles that continue to guide the decolonialization efforts of the United Nations. Therefore, we, the people of the Virgin Islands, have the inalienable right to determine our own destiny of our political future at a time of our choosing. Madam Speaker, I do believe that the Virgin Islands should continue moving to self-determination. However, I do not think that as a territory, we are currently ready to take that final step. In light of this, I will be applying Maslow's hierarchy of needs, a theory created by an American psychologist, to highlight what the territory should ensure is in place before we take that final step in doing such. This theory suggests that while people aim to meet basic needs, they seek to meet successively higher goals. As the first tier of the theory suggests, the basic and psychological needs of our people should be the foundation in creating a self-reliant territory. Firstly, the World Health Organization says that the highest attainable standard of health is a fundamental right of every human being. Understanding health as a human right implies an unblemished set of responsibilities to ensure that there are appropriate conditions for health for all people without discrimination. It is imperative that we develop our healthcare system so that it is accessible, affordable for all, and provides world-class services through modern and innovative technology, such as purpose-built ambulance boats and air ambulance helicopters. These would be the ideal mode of emergency transportation, like for instance, when persons on Anegada need to be taken to the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital here on Tortola. It is an investment that must be made, as this can serve to improve healthcare on our sister islands by hastening emergency responses, and can also be a great investment for disaster mitigation. Our national health insurance scheme should also be reviewed to ensure that its objectives are being met in providing a high-quality healthcare treatment throughout our territory. Additionally, I would like to see our healthcare facilities such as our clinics, elderly homes, rehabilitation, and disabled and special needs centers reformed and upgraded. My next point under our basic and psychological needs should go without saying, simply because everyone has to eat. Madam Speaker, as defined by the United Nations Committee on World Food security means that all people at all times must have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious foods for an active and healthy lifestyle. Historically, as we know, agriculture has been an integral part of the Virgin Islands, but as the financial services and tourism sectors emerged, agriculture gradually declined. This sector should be viewed as a vital factor in our food security, as it can serve a purpose in diversifying our economy. As food security in the Virgin Islands has been a hot topic for a long time, the new bill that will comprehensively address it should aim to put measures in place so we can have the needed level of security over the food we consume. Another requirement in fulfilling our basic and psychological needs is ensuring that every person is given the luxury of shelter. Whether we need to be protected from the blistering sun, rain, and even calamities such as storms, providing shelter, especially for persons in need, is an operation that requires extensive collaboration and coordinated implementation amongst a wide range of organizations. Madam Speaker, it has become obvious that land ownership has now become sacred in the Virgin Islands, and legislation should be implemented in rectifying this issue. It should be in our interest to ensure same in guaranteeing that Virgin Islanders have access to affordable housing as well as the financial resources to accomplish same. This can be achieved through home ownership programs with an emphasis on targeting first-time homeowners. In transition to my next point, the second tier of Maslow's hierarchy of needs suggests that once the basic needs of individuals have been met, we can aim to accomplish more in our safety and security needs. Firstly, our disaster management plan should be redesigned and modified as an original effective preparedness plan that will ensure that we lessen the damage that could occur in the event of natural disasters. The following must also be fulfilled. 1, building and maintaining sustainable infrastructure. 2, educating our people on how to be more prepared for natural disasters. And 3, we must create, develop, and improve the way we communicate during these times. As the BVI's National Disaster Management Program received accreditation in April 2015 and was valid until 2020, it is now time for us to construct a new plan to establish the necessary systems, programs, resources, and guiding principles. Next is our governance and law enforcement. The rights provided for the people in the Virgin Islands Constitution Order of 2007 should not be diminished due to the vulnerable position in which the territory now finds itself. What I mean by vulnerable position is the territory's historic, recently launched Commission of Inquiry, which was established with an intent to review the territory's governance and make recommendations for improvement. It should be acknowledged that good governance is a cornerstone of a well-functioning democracy, and while the Virgin Islands holds this reputation, it should be in our best interest to maintain this. Respect for the rule of law remains an essential element in the territory's governance structure. As seen especially after the hurricane with looting, recent drug busts, and unsolved homicides, it can appear at times as there is no order in our community. In an effort to not be seen as if we are a lawless society, every effort should be made to ensure that the public's confidence in the authority of the rule of law is applied to all. The territory's border protection is also important as it directly speaks to the security needs of our islands. This is why it is absolutely crucial that departments such as Customs, Immigration, and our police force are enforcing the essential factors required in keeping the territory protected. In the furtherance on the topic of safety and security, the next point I would like to highlight focuses on that of employment security. Doesn't everyone want to feel as if their jobs are secure? As our greatest asset is our people, our government should focus on adequately preparing and training our people to fully contribute to the economic advancement of our territory. The onus is on the government to ensure that there are inclusive and equal learning opportunities for everyone. It is imperative that we ensure that our youth, people like myself and my fellow youth parliamentarians, are ready to take up the future and potential job prospects in the direction that our territory is moving in. Moreover, an unemployment benefit scheme should be implemented as this is long overdue. Especially in these COVID-19 times, Madam Speaker, when several persons have been without jobs for months, workers should be compensated, particularly for the loss of income. The third level of Maslow's hierarchy of needs speak to love and belonging. Essentially, when basic and safety needs are met, individuals will be ready to share themselves with others. Madam Speaker, in applying this to our territory, I would like to focus on how we as a people can demonstrate our belonging as BVI landers. Here in the Virgin Islands, we have a rich cultural heritage, and that is why the preservation of our unique culture and traditional values are all worth fighting for. For example, we can establish a cultural village where we feature local foods, display indigenous local practices, and entertain locals and tourists alike with Fungi music. After the previous tiers have been met, the fourth level of the hierarchy is known as the esteem level. Once we have achieved comfort in what we have accomplished as a territory, we will be ready to showcase ourselves with the world. As tourism is one of our main economic pillars here, we should diversify our tourism product. For example, we can become more engaged in sports tourism with an increased involvement in sports such as soccer, horse racing, softball, and even regattas on a regional and international level. The fifth and final tier, referred to as self-actualization, follows suit. This represents the highest order of which should drive the territory in realizing our true potential and achieve this. As the United Kingdom has already articulated a desire in entering into a modern partnership with the Virgin Islands, I propose that we do so in completely removing the colonial relationship. The Constitution provides for the locally elected government to manage and govern our internal affairs of the territory. Furthermore, as stated in its preamble, the people of the Virgin Islands desire to ultimately obtain full self-determination. In continuing on this path, we should ensure that the principles of good governance and transparency are applied. With that being said, Madam Speaker, I would like to see the Virgin Islands move toward the option of self-determination that is free association. Much like the Cook Islands' relationship with New Zealand, as they are self-governing with the ability to administer their own affairs. In entering this special relationship, based on a set of mutual obligations and respect, the Virgin Islands will uphold shared values and principles, including human rights and good governance. On the other hand, the United Kingdom will hold up their end of the bargain in regard to foreign affairs, defense, and security. But most importantly, Madam Speaker, this will be upon the request of our elected government. In conclusion, we should continue on the path of self-determination. As I highlighted in my opening statements, the process of moving towards self-determination began in 1949, when the people of the Virgin Islands protested. Everyone talks about greater autonomy, but what is our path? How do we get there? Madam Speaker, I propose a grassroots movement built from the ground up. I propose a march to self-determination. Movement for accountability, reform, community, and heritage preservation. Let this generation continue to march. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Herbert. I now call upon the Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture, 7th District Representative, Honorable Dylan J. Penn.
Madam Speaker, good night and thank you for allowing me to lend my support to this motion. And I ask for your kind permission to refer to my notes.
Proceed.
Madam Speaker, please allow me to cut to the chase with regards to the continuing journey towards greater self-determination, especially from the perspective of my portfolio areas. Now, you've heard several of my colleagues reference portions of my portfolio in their contributions. And Madam Speaker, it is no surprise because systems of education in all forms is the foundation on which all aspects of our territory is built. So therefore, if we want to reimagine and strengthen how our territory should exist in this world, then strengthening and reimagining the system by which we educate ourselves seems to be the most logical place to place our focus. So while my portfolio has other important aspects which I will touch on, please understand the premise of my argument, which is simply this. Since we have already embarked on the path towards greater self-determination, towards free association, as the Premier spoke about, we must invest much more seriously in our education system, which is something that we naturally need to do anyway, and in fact, we have already embarked on doing. But it must start with how we educate ourselves, particularly about our culture and values. Our culture, Madam Speaker, must lead the way because our culture defines what we are, what we do, and how we do it. And this starts from youth, even before. What we wish to embrace as our culture has to shape how we educate and train ourselves so that we may guide the path of this territory into greater advancement, or as a brilliant local scholar put it, a more fully realized constitutional position. So the question is therefore, what is our culture? What is the spirit of our people, both multi-generational BVI Islanders and the ones who have made their hair their home and have contributed immensely to our development? One of my favorite gospel songs, well, at least currently, is a song by gospel artist Ty Tribbett. The chorus simply says, "You made a way when our back was against the wall and it looked as if it was over. You made a way." Although these lyrics speak about the Almighty, in another context, they can certainly speak, Madam Speaker, about the resilience of our people. We have come a mighty long way in terms of the systems that govern us. Our very Constitution says that we have evolved with a distinct cultural identity, which is the essence of a Virgin Islander. It further says that we are based upon certain moral, spiritual, and democratic values, including a belief in God, the dignity of the human person, the freedom of the individual, and respect for fundamental rights and freedom. The Premier also outlined we want the highest degree of self-determination, as stated in the Constitution. Madam Speaker, this is the path that we are on. We have already started. But you cannot speak about this continuing path to greater self-determination without speaking on the history of colonialism that has always plagued our people, both locally and regionally. You've heard this word in several of our presentations, Madam Speaker, and for good reason. And one common thread of colonialism that can be agreed upon is that it involves some form of domination by one individual or group of people over another individual or group of people. I was reading something from a fellow named Howard Berman, then chair of the Indigenous Peoples Interest Group, at a panel in 1993. He said, and I quote, "Throughout the 19th century, international law abetted the spread of European colonialism. Concepts such as the right of discovery and the standard of civilization were devised and used to legitimize European domination. This type of thinking was not directly condemned, Madam Speaker, until 1975 in the World Court. When you think of it, 1975 in context is not that far from the present day.
He also noted that the natural counterpoint to colonialism has always been self-determination. It is natural human nature to want to be free after enduring any form of control for any period of time. Our Premier has already defined self-determination for the purposes of this debate, which is a step towards free association, and I wish to add nothing else to it. Because it is up to us as a society to define what specifically we wish the end result to be, what we wish for the next step in this journey to be. Again, our very preamble confirmed that we have already expressed our desire to exercise the highest degree of control over our affairs. But I wish to point out, though, that the education system plays a central role in helping to build the foundation that can lead to this transformational change. Most societies around the world strive to transmit their culture and worldview to succeeding generations through education. They often endure that the socialization of the children through education shapes all aspects of identity, instilling knowledge of the group's language, history, traditions, and spiritual beliefs. I wonder if I could take us back to PBS programming when we were children, with shows such as Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, Barney, those type of programs. I don't know if I capture all generations there, but those programs actually, had silent or subliminal programming that they employed to foster a love of country, and in this case, the United States, in children's minds from the youngest age. And we must employ that same approach as we advance these Virgin Islands. Because if you don't want the highest level of advancement for the Virgin Islands, then frankly, you don't want the highest level of advancement for yourself. So as much as we have done to instill national pride in our youth, there is still more to go. Our system must do more than instill traditional values. We must ensure that targeted programs, curriculums, and campaigns would also integrate specific progressive ideals from the earliest age to ensure that our people function effectively in today's and tomorrow's world. I'm talking about things like gender equality and increased tolerance and acceptance of diversity. I speak specifically about these things because the Education Act from 2006 mentions these. They were enshrined in it. It says in Part 1, Subsection 2, that one of the things that we have to do is promote understanding of the history, language, culture, rights, and values of the Virgin Islands and their changing role in contemporary society. So when I saw recently the news article about the Director of Culture moving to integrate a more comprehensive history of all four parents or people into the school curriculum, I smiled to myself because I was recently on a conference with her. And on our way to the conference, on the plane ride over, I had an opportunity to talk with her about just a piece of our history and the importance of understanding it in its entirety to appreciate the steadfast resilience of our people. And just that little piece of knowledge on that plane ride shifted my perspective of our roles and responsibilities as Virgin Islanders. Imagine when that is integrated into our educational system in a meaningful way, as we are moving to do, instilling this value system, this deep-rooted national pride of what it truly means to be a Virgin Islander, alongside the other relevant subject areas, will shift our perspective so much as a country. Imagine generations of grounded, patriotic Virgin Islanders determined to continue a legacy of increasing self-reliance. That is what this aspiration brings. Good training makes even better citizens, and better citizens will result in even better leaders, which will in turn lead to the best decisions being made in the country's interests. A lot of these programs that I'm speaking about will undoubtedly target the youth, as they should. We always hear that the youth are the future, but really the youth are ever present. So in a society that is seeking transformation, departments such as the Youth Affairs and Sports Department take obviously a leading role, because we understand that they must take all the talk, because we love to talk, and turn it into action, so that there can be meaningful inclusion of the youth in the decision-making process that we go through. I know that they're busy now transforming their physical space and their services to create new avenues for the youth to express themselves. I think that they're soon launching the Be Youth program, which is an excellent program and would need volunteers, so just a shameless plug for that. We're building on a strong foundation that was laid for us. Imagine a full slate of culturally relevant programs being added to this offering. We are taking that baton and running with it, Madam Speaker, because standing still, even for a little while, is not an option. We are the Jeffersons, Madam Speaker, but we're moving on up. We're on that path because the alternative is what? No clear desire or pathway to improvement? Madam Speaker, we simply cannot afford to get permanently comfortable in a temporary place. We were never meant to stay here. You have already heard the plans laid out to continue our diversification of our revenue streams in preparation for this upcoming journey, this continuing journey. We talked about the regional hub for training and qualification being established in specific areas which play to our strength, like we have recently started to do in the marine field and to some degree in the field of culinary arts. We are currently seeking to harmonize our curriculum with our regional counterparts. We are moving in the right direction. We know that we must establish which areas of our fisheries we should focus on that brings the greatest value for practitioners and the country alike. This may be a perfect way to maintain the old traditions while embracing the new. This brings into spotlight initiatives that are already on the way, like the idea for a fisherman's cultural village in Carrot Bay. This will be an educational tool and an economic boost all rolled into one. Let's debate that now. Let's move for that now. That's happening. Let's debate the formation of agricultural co-ops to sustain local farmers through our markets as much as is feasible. Let us set targets for sports tourism now, which according to the United Nations is one of the fastest growing sectors of tourism. We have already dipped our toes in these waters to varying degrees. So the question can never be whether we should seek for greater self-determination, for if we ask that question, we would automatically always be placing ourselves behind the 8 ball, since we would not fully embrace the preparation necessary. Rather, Madam Speaker, the question should be how best we should equip and educate ourselves to be a more self-sustainable country. Our education system is one of the most effective vehicles with which we can equip our society from the earliest stages with the positive traditional values which our territory was built on and marry them with the progressive ideals mentioned earlier. I'll end on the importance of education in a quote from that same brilliant local scholar. He simply told me, fix education, invest in education, and a lot of the problems that the territory is experiencing will begin to solve themselves. There will hardly be a more effective spark, a more effective catalyst to do this, and the pursuit of greater self-determination. This is not a pipe dream, Madam Speaker, nor is it a short-term empty promise. This is a long-term investment that will reap long-term and lasting benefits. Our predecessors, like H.L. Stout and others mentioned earlier, knew this. They knew the importance of taking us from a flawed and limited education system in the 60s and continuing to build on it, and now we have the institutions and the offerings that we see today, in the face, mind you, of opposition from within and outside. Pressure and a laser focus on the continuing improvement of our human resource is what has us where we are today. We now have a talented pool of highly qualified individuals here, and we must make full use of them. We are well positioned to progress our territory with what we have right here. With greater education, Madam Speaker, comes greater responsibility, but more specifically, greater responsibility to agitate. They understood that need to provide a catalyst, the spark for systems to continually improve. They understood the journey. This is a journey that implies movement. We pause for reflection, yes, but reflection must not give way to procrastination, lest we be satisfied with mediocrity. Take, for example, the US. They have the longest surviving written constitution in the world. But is the Constitution now the same as it was then? No. Madam Speaker, that Constitution was amended some 27 times to date. So that goes to show that even when you are or have achieved the highest level of self-determination, there is still improvement. The journey does not stop. We must not get permanently comfortable in a temporary place. Let's go. Let's go already. Let's take the vision that was given to us and let's desire more. Not later, Madam Speaker, no. I thank you for allowing me to contribute.
Thank you, Honorable Penn. I acknowledge the Attorney General, Honorable Sarai A. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With your permission, I wish to reference my notes as I make my statement to this Honorable House.
Granted.
My statement today is intended to inform the debate on the motion of full self-determination for the territory of the Virgin Islands, moved by my honorable friend, the Premier. It is important, Madam Speaker, to understand how the law offices give their advice, which may be a combination of oral and written communications to the government given at different times. Therefore, my statement today analyzes the legal framework of the government's position. Madam Speaker, please allow me to expound a bit on the term British Overseas Territories as I craft the roadmap for full self-determination and also speak more thoroughly on the position of the government. As we know it, the Virgin Islands is one of 14 British OTs, and these territories are under British sovereignty. Therefore, our 14 British OTs are still legally colonies. A term, Madam Speaker, outdated, however, used in existing UK legislation. Each OT is a constitutional unit separate from the others and from the United Kingdom. This means that our Constitution was distinctly written and designed to suit our unique circumstances. Consequently, this leads me to the point whereby the people of the Virgin Islands is allowed the right to choose their own future. At this junction, Madam Speaker, it is important to recall the options that the people of the Virgin Islands may wish to exercise subject to their right of full self-determination. Taken from the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 1541-15, Principle 6, and I quote, "A non-self-governing territory can be said to have reached a full measure of self-determination by A, emergence of a sovereign independent state, B, free association with an independent state, or C, integration with an independent state." In the time available to me, Madam Speaker, it is impossible to cover all three in detail. As such, and as already mentioned, I will only be stating the legal framework of a free association, the position taken by the government. The government of the Virgin Islands has determined, after seeking advice, to propose the arrangement of shared sovereignty or a free association. Free association, taken from the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 1541-15, Principle 7A, as, and I quote, "The result of a free and voluntary choice by the peoples of the territory concerned expresses through informed and democratic processes. It should be one which respects the individuality and the cultural characteristics of the territory and its peoples, and retains for the peoples of the territory which is associated with an independent state the freedom to modify the status of the territory through the expression of their will by democratic means and through constitutional processes, and B, the associated territory should have the right to determine its internal constitution without outside interference, in accordance with due constitutional processes and the freely expressed wishes of the people. This does not preclude consultations as appropriate or necessary under the terms of the free association agreed upon. End of quote. In layman terms, Madam Speaker, this is where the exclusive British sovereignty over the territory will be surrendered in favor of sovereignty shared. This arrangement would allow for the removal of colonialism and have a more balanced relationship with the United Kingdom. There is a common misnomer or inaccuracy that the Virgin Islands is internally self-governing. Section 71 of the Virgin Islands Constitution provides some light to this by stating, and I quote, "Subject to this Constitution, the legislature shall have power to make laws for the peace, order, and good governance of the Virgin Islands," end quote, although executive authority is exercised by the governor on behalf of the Queen. Then executive government is shared between the governor and the cabinet. According to the annex of the 2012 White Paper on the Overseas Territories, the governor has special responsibilities for external affairs, defense, including armed forces, internal security, including the police, the administration of the courts, and subject to the Constitution, the terms and conditions of service of our public officers. The most recent procedure or practice, Madam Speaker, which would move the territory of the Virgin Islands to free association, the next step toward full determination for which the government proposes, would be to provide evidence to the United Kingdom government after a resolution of the locally elected body by referendum or by less formal means of a public consultation has been drafted, of popular acceptance of the Virgin Islands, of a politically agreed text outlining the removal of the governor, establishing an office of a local, impartial Governor General. Madam Speaker, as I close, I wish to humbly state that the people of the Virgin Islands are not moving towards self-determination. We are already in it. And I am optimistic of the next step of this journey. Madam Speaker, I thank you for permitting me to contribute to this debate.
Thank you, Honorable Smith. I now call upon the Leader of the Opposition, at-large Representative, Honorable Kevon S. Letsom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek your kind permission to refer to my notes. I am grateful for the opportunity for allowing my honorable colleagues and I the privilege to make our contribution to this paramount motion that is before this honorable House. I begin by quoting the late, great Martin Luther King, Jr. You do not have to see the entire staircase before you make a first step. Madam Speaker, for more than 70 years, the Virgin Islands has made tremendous progress, tremendous strive up the staircase of self-determination built by past and present leaders. However, Madam Speaker, this seems to be the longest staircase in history, as we are still here today asking and debating the single most important question that these Virgin Islands is faced with. Should the Virgin Islands move to full self-determination? I, Kevon Shaquille Letsom, leader of the Virgin Islands Opposition Youth Parliament, and at-large representative, believe in the phrase by our Premier, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy, and I quote, "If we do not police ourselves, then someone will police us," end quote. Madam Speaker, yes, the Virgin Islands should move to self-determination, but not before the people are educated. And some areas of governance are refined, reformed, and refocused. Madam Speaker, we could only educate the people of the Virgin Islands if they are aware of their history. Madam Speaker, like most of my colleagues said, we took a first step in 1949 with our Great March. Madam Speaker, as this also said, we took a next step in the 1950s when the Virgin Islands Legislative Council was reinstituted and the Virgin Islands Constitution was instituted. Madam Speaker, as my colleagues also said, we took another step in 1967 with the introduction of ministerial system, and the people of the Virgin Islands elected our first chief minister, who is H.L. Stout, Hamilton Lavity Stout. And Madam Speaker, we are here today, once again, as I said before, in 2021, to debate the single most important questions these Virgin Islands is faced with. Should the Virgin Islands move to full self-determination? Madam Speaker, a people without the knowledge of their past history and origin and culture, Madam Speaker, is like a tree without roots. These are the words of Marcus Garvey. We cannot change our political status now. We have work to do, Madam Speaker. Self-determination, people of the Virgin Islands. As all my Youth Parliament honorable colleagues have stated, incorporation, free association, and independence. 3 options, 1 process. People of the Virgin Islands, we should understand the United Nations developed some international legal norms on decolonization, one being no colony can be recognized as having achieved self-government unless it's approved by an act of self-determination. Not full self-determination, Madam Speaker, self-determination. Madam Speaker, it's much like a process of birthing a child. It has to go through a 9-month process. This is why all of us are able to be here today to debate this important topic. All mothers have to go through a process. Self-determination is a process. Madam Speaker, this self-determination business is like when you're building a house from foundation up. You cannot start from the roof and go to the foundation. It's a process. Our change in status, people of the Virgin Islands, is not dictated by the resolution adopted on the report to the 4th Committee of the United Nations, which speaks to, by 2030, all colonized countries and territories are to be decolonized. People of the Virgin Islands, this is not the first time a date was set for outstanding colonized countries and territories to be decolonized, to change their status, to seek more autonomy, to seek more power. I was privy to the same information, and I was able to interview the same persons like the other members on the side of the aisle. So none of them could get up tonight and tell me when the Virgin Islands so change their political status and what that option should be. Because we have options. It's right there in the United Nations Charter. Incorporation, free association, independence. People of the Virgin Islands, my grandfather from Easton, he'd always tell me, if you're clever, you can fool me. If you're strong, you can force me. But he said, Madam Speaker, if you're honest, you can convince me. Believe it or not, independence is not the only option on the table for our beloved Virgin Islands. So, Madam Speaker, if there are 3 options that are on the table, the people need to know what's the rush to jump to full self-determination. And it's a process. Madam Speaker, to seek true status change, we have to reform, refine, and refocus some areas of our governance. We have had important legislations like the Freedom of Information Act that we cannot get to our House of Assembly. And we are here talking about sabotaging the process of self-determination. Madam Speaker, are we saying it's okay to move to full self-determination and our borders are wide open? We have invested in border protection. We have seen it in the local news. People are moving freely. The people of the Virgin Islands need to know. Madam Speaker, are we saying it's okay to move to full self-determination and crime is at its peak? We are all seeing this every week in the news. Are we really ready? Self-determination has to do with 3 options, not 1. We have seen in the news the impact by the leaked Panama Papers, which threatened to stifle our financial services sector. We have seen in the news the global pandemic, as the member for the 1st District said, silence our tourism sector. We have seen in the news the BVI name the biggest enabler of global corporate tax abuse. We've seen that yesterday in the news. We have seen in the news the Virgin Islands threatened to be blacklisted by the European Union after Brexit passed. Are we really ready, Madam Speaker? We're talking about self-determination. 3 options, 1 process. Are we saying when the Virgin Islands move to full self-determination, and my other honorable colleagues touch on this, but I'm a banker by trade. Are we saying Virgin Islanders will be robbed from having merchant services, performing international wire transfers, and having the convenience of using Visa debit cards if the non-local banking institution pack up and leave because of this full self-determination move? The people need to know. Madam Speaker, are all leaders mature enough to make bipartisan decisions if we give them more autonomy, more power, total control of these Virgin Islands? The people need to know. We are here talking about moving to full self-determination. The Minister for Education just spoke. And our deputy principal for our high school is crying for a trade school. And I quote, "We don't have any trade school," end quote. It's in our news. Everyone has seen it. Honorable youth parliamentarians, colleagues, if we are serious with status change for all Virgin Islands, we have to educate. We have to be the voice for the voiceless. We have to educate, Stefan. This is why we're here. We have to educate. Madam Speaker, the road to self-determination, as I see it, is to consult with the people of the Virgin Islands. Hold public meetings with all people throughout the territory. Present all the options we have at our disposal. Educate ourselves on the advantages and the disadvantages of each option. Honorable Premier of the Virgin Islands Youth Parliament, we have to answer the hard questions if we are serious about seeking full status change. Madam Speaker, as I have said before, self-determination is not necessarily independent. Self-determination has to do with 3 options, 1 process. We have options. Every youth parliament person that got up in here tonight clearly stated we have 3 options. Yeah, we want to decide to deal with free association. I support that. But not to join with the United Kingdom. I'm sorry. Let me find somebody else. Madam Speaker, you can take a tin stick and stab it easily. But we have seen it in here. A bunch of sticks tied together. Opposition government is unbreakable. We have shown it. There's more power in unity. Madam Speaker, I cannot support this motion as is. I cannot support placing should the Virgin Islands move to full self-determination on a ballot. The Honorable AG said it, through a referendum. I tried it. It was shut down through a referendum. I cannot support it. I cannot say yes to put that on a ballot as a youth parliamentarian. I cannot go out there and encourage my fellow youths that we should go to the polls and vote for that, as is. In this state, these Virgin Islands are in. We are seeing it in the news. And Madam Speaker, I cannot also support it because some areas of our governance must be reformed, refined, and refocused. Self-determination, incorporation, free association, we are great fans of that in this territory, and independence. Madam Speaker, we are at the right place. Let's continue our path to self-determination. Our past and present leaders driving the vehicle with us. Let's discuss it. The time is now to discuss it. We are not saying that we can't move, but we have to get our house in order. And let's do it with a long overdue constitutional review. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and God bless these beautiful Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Honorable. I now call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance, 8th District Representative, Honorable Kevin S. Foy, to wrap up the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today we have heard both sides of the conversation regarding whether we should be moving forward on the path of self-determination. But, Madam Speaker, the opposition leader seemed to only read news when it's organized bad stories against the BVI. Anyone who always looks at only faults will never have time to see the bright future and the accomplishments of these British Virgin Islands.
We will not be accepting any points of information in this debate. Continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The UK has always been known as our mother country. And this aspect we always respect, Madam Speaker. But any mother who truly loves her child will never inflict pain, but rather push them towards their purpose. Madam Speaker, any mother who truly loves their child will never exploit their weaknesses, but rather celebrate their strengths. Madam Speaker, any mother who truly loves her child will be proud to see her child boldly step out on their own. With each step her child takes towards independence, she will be beaming with pride. She will be flowing. She will have tears of joy seeing her child flourish. Madam Speaker, she will be proud to tell everyone, look at my child. This is my child, and in them she will say, I am pleased. Let us, as a people of the Virgin Islands, do not fool ourselves. The future is coming without our permission, with or without our permission. It is up to us to prepare our people. Madam Speaker, we in this room, the youth parliamentarians, we are the future. And the future begins now. Today, my government has spoken loud and clear to the younger generation that now is the time to move forward towards self-determination, Madam Speaker. And we will do this in unity, because in unity, Madam Speaker, there is strength. Madam Speaker, how can then members of this honorable House doubt the ability of their own people to move us forward? My message to the leader of the opposition would be, let us unite in this journey, reaching beyond our familiar safety net and embracing the path to our destiny. A path that our forefathers thought necessary for us to reach our true potential. A path that they sacrificed, Madam Speaker, This is the path that we are on today. One that remains relevant, unwavering in the realization of our true destiny. Madam Speaker, my Deputy Premier quoted our inaugural poet, Amanda Gorman, in the beginning of these proceedings, and I wish to do the same in closing. While democracy can be periodically delayed, it can never be permanently defeated. In this truth, in this faith, we trust. For while we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us. This is the era of just redemption. We fear at its interception. We did not feel prepared to be their heirs of such terrifying hour. But within it, we found the power to utter a new chapter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I thank the Premier for wrapping up.
With Standing Order 49-3, we have participated in a division of votes for this Honorable House. As I feel like this is an important highlight of our lives as youth parliamentarian, and I know Kevin and I have spoke many times, and we are going to go down in history for debating this paramount motion before this Honorable House. Thank you.
Okay, we will proceed with the division of votes. The motion before the House concerning should the BVI move towards self-determination has been moved and seconded, and I call upon the clerk to call out the names of each member. Those in favor will say aye, and those against it will say no.
Honorable Annika M. Christopher, member of the 9th District. Honorable Kevin Foy, member of the 8th District. Honorable Akia R.C. Herbert, member of the 2nd District.
Aye.
Honorable Danielle D. Hodge, member of the 1st District.
Aye.
Honorable Rashawn A. Johnson, member of the 3rd District.
Aye.
Honorable Mia M. Leonard, territorial member. Honorable Kevon S. Letsom, territorial member. Honorable Stefan D. McTavius, member of the 5th District.
Aye.
Honorable Dylan G. Penn, member of the 7th District.
Aye.
Honorable Bria A. Smith, territorial member. Honorable Johanse T. Smith, territorial member.
Aye.
Honorable Shamar M. D. Tittle, member of the 4th District. Honorable Corel L. Wilson, member of the 6th District.
Aye.
Sorry.
All 13 members are in favor, so the motion is passed. I call upon the clerk.
Item 4.2, private members' business of the Parliament. Item 5, other business. Item 6, adjournment.
I now call upon the Premier to move the motion of adjournment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to move a motion to adjourn the House. Sine die.
A motion has been placed before this House to adjourn sine die. Those in favor? A motion has been placed before this House and seconded to adjourn sine die. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned sine die.